more powerful weaponry to keep themselves safe.
I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, America. Welcome. I'm David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party. We are building a new America, and that's what this is all about. This endless effort against all odds to build what we call a centrist political alliance in the middle of the political spectrum. Finding common ground among conservatives and liberals will be the pathway to remediating this problem that Trump has created. When we had Obama, we had a divider. He really didn't bring in the Republicans into the dialogue. When we had Trump, we have a bigger divider, a man who alienates himself from even his own staff, firing over 45 people in the 3 years he's been president, showing his relative ineptitude in hiring them. And now we've got him running around doing speeches in Pennsylvania. So they probably put together a group of WWE supporters and gave them free tickets and got them all to his convention hall. And I'm sure a lot of you still support Donald Trump despite the fact that he has done absolutely nothing to help advance the average man. Nothing. He hasn't fought for the rights, free speech. He hasn't done anything to prevent that from happening. He talks about fake news all the time, but he embraces all these shootings that have occurred as though they're real. Now we're having another second guess on this New Jersey shooting that happened today. We were spending our pre-show looking at the facts, and we don't see any blood evidence, no bodies. Almost every single case, the shooters end up killing themselves. But a Jersey City gun battle allegedly leaves 6 people dead. We don't know. It's, again, very little footage, but we do have information that happened ahead of time. It turns out that the posting of the event occurred before it actually happened. Look at this. Take a look at what Scissor Fight assembled. He searches the internet and he finds some amazing footage of postings of the event. And he set up a custom date range and he checked the date and he added the day before and he searched for the Jersey shooting and he found postings on December 9th, yesterday, all over the place. Every one of these had postings, previous postings. It's just beyond belief. So they're posting this stuff left and right. And here's December 6th it was posted. And then when he goes and clicks on the link, sometimes the links are missing. They realize, oh, we screwed up. We shouldn't have posted that. So he clicks on it and then all of a sudden there's an error. It doesn't exist. This happens all the time. And every one of these shootings has this similarity. Also, the actual event happened a year before at the same location. They did a SWAT event where they actually tested and did basically a crisis event at the same location last year, same date.
Safety's office.
Yeah, I can't play that on the show, but yeah, that's something else as well. And it's a bizarre story here that we don't have any photographs whatsoever that we can really validate. That was a fake event, what I just showed you, from last year. That was a fake body, too, from last year. They had actually assembled a whole series of people, and they did a fake event.
The University School of Business located at the Mack-Cali Harborside Complex earlier today.
That was a SWAT drill at the very same location, December 10th last year. I'm just giving you a little clip of it. So if they're doing SWAT events, crisis events, they're going active, and then they're not even showing any bodies right now. What is their net goal here? Well, the primary goal of shooting events in America would be to promote gun control, right? Well, obviously, we, the people of America, have chosen not to have gun control. Our Second Amendment stands as a monument to the rights of our revolutionary founders who formed our country to stop tyranny, to stop home invasion, to stop an overtaking government from seizing the rights of individuals. So if our government is trying to build up a huge effort to get rid of guns, they're trying to use shooting events to manipulate the American people. And without any solid evidence to look at, dating back all the way, 50 different events have happened in the past 10 years, maybe even more. No solid evidence that I can actually verify really did happen. We might as well conclude that this is just a grandiose attempt to push gun control upon the American people, and we can move on. But the truth is, we don't have the truth. We can't find the truth. We can't even see the blood evidence. We even showed you photographs of the Mandalay Bay shooting yesterday, but I had to show it after this show because, it showed the carnage of the Mandalay Bay shooting, but then it showed a billboard that was put in the picture that wasn't actually there. So why would they Photoshop a billboard in the picture at Mandalay Bay? What's their end game? We don't know, other than pushing gun control. The irony of the Mandalay Bay shooting is that 5 people died afterward. Really did. I mean, 2 of them wanted to form a Facebook group and start talking about the tragedy as it happened. One woman had an aneurysm in the morning. She was going to start a Facebook after that whole event happened. Nothing happened because no Facebook because she died. Another guy died in a weird traffic accident the next day. A third person died of a coronary. So people are dying who are witnesses to the event after the event. But how many people really did die, I still don't know. And Stephen Paddock was really we never really found him. They claim they found him, but the DNA evidence didn't match up. There was no DNA evidence. It goes on and on. This is every single case. Parkland shooting. All of these things Donald Trump says are real. But then he calls the fake news everything about him. Russian involvement, which we know is true. Russian takeover of our country's election process, which is still going on, which we know is true. Multiple areas where Donald Trump has helped Russia, and I talk about that later in the show. It's more than obvious that this guy's committed crimes, but he calls that all fake news. And the Republicans stand behind him like, oh, you're right, Donald. You can go ahead and say it's fake news. Not only has Donald Trump called that fake news and not the shootings that have no evidence, but he also claims that he's never done anything wrong. And he's been caught in over 13,000 lies, according to someone who came in our room last night. But I'm going to say 5,000 lies. We've caught him. The media, which he calls the liberal media biased against me, he calls all that fake news. We have more than enough evidence this guy is lying through his teeth. And the biggest problem is he's not showing his tax returns, which he said he would gladly show, no problem. That's a red flag right there. Another red flag. He didn't record any conversations he had with Vladimir Putin. After 3 years of investigations and we're accusing him of working with Putin, he hasn't recorded a single conversation. He even tried to he did get rid of the transcript from the stenographer when they first met 3 years ago. All the evidence is gone. So he's hiding every single 13-hour conversations he's had with Vladimir Putin from the people of America. That's another sign of a guilty person. But there's many other signs, and we're going to be getting to that as we explore all the things that the Democrats are using as their defense or their argument to prosecute. Okay, let's take a look. How Nancy Pelosi is dictating the Democrats' impeachment strategy. Now, this concerns me. The Democrats have not admitted guilt. Biden never said he did anything wrong. Yet there is strong evidence that Biden did a lot of things wrong. And that's the problem is they're not bringing in the Russian collusion issue. And that's a serious problem. If they don't bring the Russian collusion issue in, they don't have enough to carry to the Senate and say, hey, yeah, this is a series of problems that have been dating back 3 years. There was a telling moment at the U.S. Capitol on Tuesday. Nancy Pelosi, fresh from the press conference in which she and some colleagues unveiled 2 articles of impeachment against Trump for abusing his power and obstructing Congress, was walking briskly down a hallway when a senior congressional correspondent was doing a stand-up named Manu Raju. He broke away from his spiel to lob an important question at Pelosi. Why hadn't the Democrats included an article for obstruction of justice? The Mueller report detailed 10 Trump actions that looked like blatant efforts to obstruct the Russian investigation. The speaker didn't even break her step as she replied, we are doing the USMCA, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, a successor to NAFTA trade deal, which is one of Trump's administration's biggest legislative priorities. Pelosi was on her way to a second press conference where she portrayed the new trade accord, which was finalized over the weekend. So she sidestepped the question of why not include obstruction of justice charges and the Mueller report. She sidestepped saying that she's going to be working on a trade agreement. Well, Mitch McConnell says the trade deal won't go through until after the impeachment trial. So both parties are at odds with each other. They're not working together. But most of all, Pelosi showed her hand there. She's afraid to bring up the Russian connections because the Democrats are connected to Russia too. It turns out all of our leaders have been taking foreign money and donations to get reelected. They don't want anyone to know that. So the biggest weakness in the impeachment argument is that the Democrats don't want anyone to see their hand. They don't want everyone to know that Biden got a donation from the Ukrainian government and Burisma just to get reelected or just to get elected in 2016 when he was running. It's amazing. No one wants anyone to know the Russian-Ukrainian connections. The Democrats don't want the U.S. people to know that they've been on the take with foreign money too. That's why they're avoiding it. Now, Mitch McConnell, he took money from a guy named Blavatnik, an oil magnate out of Russia. He took nearly $3 million over 3 years to get reelected. Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator who's controlling the dialogue, he took money from the same guy, Blavatnik, nearly $3 million over 5 years. We have a serious problem with these people taking money from Russians and Ukrainians, and they don't want anyone to know. So the more Donald Trump does to reveal the secret connection Biden had with the Ukrainian government and oil companies, the more we know about Nancy Pelosi. Her son Paul works for a Ukrainian oil company. John Kerry's son works for a Ukrainian oil company. Oh, it goes deep. This whole thing, it's just all these people's sons are working for the money we're giving them as aid for their fight against Russia. It's ridiculous. So the real issue, the biggest, weakest link here is that the Democrats cannot face up to the fact that they've been doing the same thing Trump has been doing. They want to prosecute him for other things related to the Ukrainian thing specifically, not relating to the Russian collusion and obstruction of justice. There's more than enough evidence that obstruction of justice occurred when Donald Trump told Donald McGahn he wanted to fire Mueller. Well, you can't fire a special prosecutor. He just fired Comey to stop the Russian investigation. He told that to Lester Holt. That's an obstruction of justice. But there's also the theory that he was firing everybody, Mueller included. So Donald McGahn can't even testify. Trump won't allow him to testify, which means we can't even get that testimony again. But we got it first off that Trump tried 5 times to fire Mueller, the guy investigating him. If that isn't a sign of a guilty person, I don't know what is. So Donald Trump has behaved completely like a guilty person and even lies incessantly saying, oh, I never did anything wrong. This is all a scam. And he's got all his Republican people believing it. Oh, we love you, Donald. You're fighting the deep state. Well, Donald Trump hasn't fought anybody. My idea was to get Elizabeth Warren to get a DNA test to prove she was not Cherokee, or yes, she was Cherokee. She took the DNA test after Trump made this a big issue like it was his idea. He took my idea and actually used it as his, and he called her Pocahontas. Has he charged her with a crime now that she found out she's half of 1% Native American? You have to be 20%, a huge number compared to what she is, in order to qualify for affirmative action. So she committed perjury, and he hasn't fired her or charged her with any crimes. The Senate should evict her after what she's done. This is insanity. So Trump isn't stopping the deep state. He isn't going after Clinton. He dropped the birther issue like 3 years ago like it was a hot potato. He didn't want to deal with it. All of you people who voted for him to get accountability from the deep state haven't seen a damn thing. He hasn't prosecuted Ilhan Omar, who it appears now from an affidavit recently in D.C. that she's been getting money from Qatar, the government financing her career and her rise to power in her state of Minnesota. So all of this is becoming almost a disaster. The deep state continues to rule. They control Donald Trump through the sex tapes and a variety of other things, especially his money he owes to Deutsche Bank. This is a disaster. They've got a puppet on a string with Donald Trump, and they've got Putin managing him like his handler. So I'm afraid we're in trouble. And the Democrats are afraid to even mention the truth that they receive foreign money as well. There they are. The new Ventriloquism Act. Okay, so welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome. Good evening, Techwalla. What do you got? Trump ordered Judaism nationality. Trump's to sign an order to interpret Judaism as a nationality. Whoa. Remember I said recently that people of Israel are not all Jewish? I meant that. They aren't.
The synagogue's always a safe place to be. We're not supposed to be worried about anything. It's bruised up.
But Noya Dahan will always worry now. She was a victim in a deadly attack at her California synagogue.
Okay, well, this is very important, but the story is Trump will sign an executive order on Wednesday to interpret Judaism as a nationality, not just a religion. It's a move that Trump sees as a fight against anti-Semitism on college campuses. This is a legal argument that just cannot be made. You can't say that Israel itself and the state of Israel is sacrosanct in that respect. They have fallibility. The problem with our government is we've got two Zionists running for office that blindly support Israel in every way. This is not good. And now they want to turn it into a nationality. That's bizarre. All right, so the reason why we're having problems now, Mitch McConnell says he won't sign the trade deal. He's going to push the impeachment forward as soon as he can. He wants to take it to a vote so they can get it over with. The good thing is that the Democrats only need 3 Republicans to force this to do a secret ballot. So it could very well be a secret ballot that they could decide the fate. Everything could be done on secret ballot. And if that happens, then not one senator would have any obligation to tell anybody what his vote was, which is the fairest way to do this, so that people don't know who exactly voted against Trump, and Trump couldn't punish them politically. Okay, I'm opening up my fairest way to do this, so that people don't know. I'm opening up my YouTube show, and we'll take chatters over there too. All right. I want to say something. Hi. Okay. Sarah wants me to keep that show rolling, so I do that. All right. And we've got people coming into Twitch. We've got a twitch.tv/Cool Rock Party show going on, and we've also got our Periscope show, which we publish at Third Party. If you guys ever want to catch it on a tablet or an iPhone, it's very low res, but it comes in pretty smooth, and you don't have to worry about your bandwidth. Hey, Ghost of Shannon. You know, at this point, Chip Kelly can be kicked out of UCLA basketball. Yeah. The kickoff. You know, I'm not at all convinced that UCLA could put together a good team. Oh, sorry, football. Yeah, I meant to say football. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize it was no longer basketball season. We can all agree Trump is not a better president. No. In fact, I'm convinced that Trump has not opened a dialogue with the right or the left. He just simply tells people what he's going to do, and he has a mindless group of idiots that go, okay, we believe in you. We need a dialogue. We need to openly talk about the politics at play here. We can't just sit here and accept life as usual. America should have a political system that works with the free press. But now that YouTube is suppressing any contrary discussions about anything, this is turning into a problem because our political process can no longer work. The free press has been dead in the mainstream media for a long time. This time around, I don't have the manpower to go door to door and hand out flyers. You do. The best shot is for us to put my poster, which you can get at davidsponheim.com or at americasthirdparty.com. Put my poster up, print it up, any format you want, and put it on campuses across the country. That's our best shot. Campuses are the most likely area where we can actually build a political consensus in the third party area. If you guys are near a campus, you can even print this up in black and white. I designed it so it can be printed in black and white, and it works great. Join the voter revolt, print it up. It's easily available. Right-click on the image at America's Third Party or at davidsponheim.com and send it to your local Office Max. And for $2, you can print it up on cardstock, 10 by 16 or 11 by 16. And it prints up on cardstock, and then you can have it laminated for about $5, and for $7 you have a really nice sign. Or you can make smaller ones, just 8.5 by 11, and post them on billboards. That would work too. 8.5 by 11 in black and white, cost 15 cents a piece, be very easy to get the name out. Cardstock is better, the black and white is okay, but you can do this at any level. All right? I made it really simple for you. You can order a sign at our store. Their signs are available for $14.99 plus shipping, but they're a lot more sturdy and bigger. You could do 8.5 and 11 by gloss, sure. But this is a very low-cost, grassroots way of getting the word out. And it's really almost a hopeless battle I'm fighting. And you probably all know that. Because third parties have been completely systematically rejected by our political system for a long time. The laws are rigged against third parties. Any small new party, minor party, has to jump through many more hoops than a big party. And we're not even a party yet. We need a threshold of $5,000 in donations just to be a party, or a political community, a committee, if you will. And because we haven't even reached our threshold, we're just simply trying to start, and we can't do that because we don't get any donations. The donations have been slow, if not non-existent recently, and I think the reason is people are being kept out of our show from the U.S. Foreigners can't get in here either. The idea of building a third party is not a loss. The only way we're ever going to unite in the middle of the political spectrum is if we have a political movement to jump into. It's not going to happen on its own. And if we don't have a political movement that has centrist ideals and ideas, we're not going to find common ground. But this country will never fix itself with a two-party system, ever. We're always going to be subjugated and oppressed by the powerful elitists that can buy both parties. So Subway sandwiches are only $2.50 all month? I'm going to tell Sarah. That's really good to know. No, a third party should not be anarchistic. No. In fact, that's what the government would like to label us as. That way they can claim that we're some sort of a political dissenter. We're not. We're actually trying to form a better solution and come up with ideas to fix the country. We're not in any way violent. So your idea should take that to some group like Antifa. I would never side with those leftist communists. All right, since you want to post pictures of Sarah when she's having a bad moment in a car, we openly do car shows, which has to be the hardest thing in the world to do. You're gone. I mean, I'll kick your name and I'll keep kicking you if you think that's funny. We don't need you here, Drag King. We'll get rid of Antique and all the others too. If you want to play that game, go right ahead. But showing a photograph of Sarah having a bad car day is not something that's worthwhile. Yeah. Third-party candidates could upset the U.S. election. And this study Max showed us here shows how they could do that. Let me explain the very simple fact that the number of people supporting Donald Trump is no more than 25 million people out of a potential voter block of 200 million people. It's only 1/10 of the voter block. The fact of the matter is most people in America don't vote. That's the fact. Of the voters, about 33% typically vote Republican or Democrat. The rest are independent. So we really need the independents to vote for us, and we need to activate all the people that don't vote, and we could easily win a new election. If we could just get people to get the vote out, we could get them to vote for an independent person and even a write-in candidate. We could actually win an election. The fact that people just don't vote really is the overriding problem. Most voters will have one or more additional choices beyond the nominees. There are indications that obscure third-party candidates are going to be out there in this coming up election. Happened in 2016. You notice a lot of people have dropped out. Beto O'Rourke dropped out. Kamala Harris dropped out. And there's a number of people that probably could have run a good campaign if they just threw a little of their money into it. Howard Schultz was one of them. The CEO, or the former CEO of Starbucks, actually said he was going to run a campaign as a third-party candidate. He completely gave it up about a month ago. But he has a net worth of $4.3 billion. Howard Schultz does. he was going to run, but he just gave it up. He didn't even put up a fight. He didn't even run any campaign. Can you imagine? He didn't even have a campaign at all, and he just gave it up. Why would a person say they're going to run as a third-party candidate and just flat out give it up with $4.3 billion in net worth? It makes no sense. Bloomberg, they say, could get up to 10% of the vote. He's already at 9%. He's not the most attractive person, and his anti-gun approach is disturbing and very upsetting. He's more in favor of gun control than even the Democrats. So, yeah, Bloomberg is running as a Democrat, I believe. So it's more than likely he's not going to make the numbers that Biden has. And Warren is waning now because people really have outed her as a total liar. She lied about being pregnant and losing her job as a teacher, which is completely made up. She lied about her Cherokee ancestry to get all those free college education funds and scholarships. It's unbelievable. The woman's a complete and outright liar. She should give up. Tulsi Gabbard is good looking. I will say that. Whether she's transgender or not, I don't really know. But I can tell you, it's not anarchy. Maybe in your mind it's anarchy. It's not. Tulsi has been seen in photographs with Antifa, and she's very leftist. She's on record talking about how we should all be treated like Jeffrey Epstein and given light sentences for child prostitution. It's like, what? Very leftist woman. Anyway, we don't really have any other choices besides, what they're sticking in our face. So yeah, a third party is looking very, very optimistic. I'm looking around, Reptoid. I don't see people freaking out. I'll explain. I'll give you a valid answer. For one, most people are heavily sedated. I don't know if you're aware, but the truth is, most of us are drinking fluoridated water in some form or another. And fluoride is a neurotoxin, and it's been in our water for some time. And it's why people feel kind of foggy. It's like, well, I gotta go get my milk and eggs and bread, and I'll see you in the morning. I'm gonna get some cigs and get some sleep and work again tomorrow. And that's pretty much the life of our population. And the fluoridation of the population has led us to be kind of like numb. I'm sorry to say, but 67% of our water is fluoridated heavily to the point where it's toxic to our brain. Now, I'm not making this up. The truth is, the New England Journal of Medicine, the Harvard Medical Review did a study on fluoride this past year and found that it does lower people's IQs. This is a significant fact. 7% to 20% variations, but you still have a lower IQ drinking fluoride. So they've sedated the population. Nobody's going to rebel and turn into an anarchist unless you're really, zapped up on meth and just can't. But you care more about getting meth than anarchy. Most meth heads just care about meth. They don't care about anarchy. So it's highly unlikely that there's going to be a major revolt in America anytime soon. Plus, we do have a lot of food here in America. And people have enough food, albeit empty calories, carbos, whatever. Most people with a full stomach aren't going to rebel. That's just a fact of life. The reason why the Ming Dynasty in China fell was because they didn't feed anybody and people were living on pine cone soup. They didn't have anything to eat. They took leaves off trees and boiled them just to get some nutrition. And then the people revolted and gutted the leaders. And if you ever want to read a great book, look up the book The Good Earth by Pearl S. Buck. And that's a story of true rebellion. And you'll feel the poverty that they suffered when you read it. The Good Earth. There are less protests in the winter by people that have piercings. Yeah, those piercings get real cold when they don't want to go out when their nose rings are freezing. You're funny. No, Epstein didn't kill himself because Epstein's still alive. I know it comes as a shock, but we have to talk about it every night. But whatever we have to do to make you realize that Epstein's still alive. The government won't admit it, but he was seen on St. James Island, and it's ample proof from my perspective that this guy has been somehow given a pass. Yeah, unfortunately, people like that. There he is, Jeffrey Epstein, seen on his island 20 days after he died. This was taken 20 days after he allegedly died. That's enough for me to be convinced that this guy is out there and that somebody's giving him a quick pass. He's getting away with it. I know, I'm unhappy about it too, but what can you do? So we have good ideas to save the country, come up with better solutions than what we have today. We have a book called Hybrid Capitalism. You can read it for 99 cents on our website, in our store. And it's available. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, David.
The book is designed to get the government to get a return on investment. And ultimately...
You know he dropped out, right?
What's that? Who dropped out?
That guy.
Yeah, I was talking about how he had Howard Schultz had $4.3 billion to run as a third-party candidate, and he didn't put up a fight at all. He didn't do any advertising. He just dropped out.
Thank you, Herbal Ascension. Oh,
Oh,
David.
thank you.
Thank you for bringing up the YouTube chat. Very happy about that.
Yeah, I brought the YouTube chat up, but we're trying to explore new YouTube opportunities for people, but I'm pretty sure I'm being heavily shadow banned over there.
I'm sure you are, but you never know. Somebody might just pop in and then, that person could tell another person, so.
Exactly. We will see.
And whereas if they pop in and they say something and you don't, you're not responding because you're not looking at the chat, you might miss an opportunity.
Well, I even went with something that was being discussed, this Thanos display. There's been a couple of stories. The first story that came up today was Donald Trump took a Marvel character named Thanos and mounted his face onto it. And it upset the author so much that I'll play a little of it for you here. He basically, the author of the Marvel show, said this is upsetting. After my initial feeling of being violated, Jim Starlin said, seeing that pompous fool using my creation to stroke his infantile ego, it finally struck me that the leader of my country and the free world actually enjoys comparing himself to a mass murderer. Starlin said in the statement to Huffington Post. How sick is that?
Wow.
And the Marvel character Thanos ends up dying in the end, which is an ironic twist. But hey, Kevin, how are you doing? How are you recovering from the $18 million you lost from the Bernard Madoff situation? Have you been able to recoup some of your assets from working? Kevin Bacon, everybody.
Oh, yes.
I know you hate Madoff. He made off with $18 million. I know all about your story. You and the Simon Wiesenthal Institute. You recouped nothing. Look at that.
Nancy always says hello and thank you for streaming on
Thank
YouTube.
you. Pet Nancy said hello. Thank you for streaming on YouTube. Thank you, Pet Nanny. Appreciate it.
Pet Nanny Nancy.
Pet Nanny. And we got 4 people over at, you guys can chat over at Twitch. It's possible. So just know that we're over here in case you want to chat. Tell a friend. Okay, thanks, sir. I'm going to start just to take a break, make a sandwich. I'll be back.
Yeah, we've got Joe Pesci and Kevin Bacon as at least chat names in the room. Whether they're actually related to those characters.
There was some footage of the New Jersey shooting today. I'll play a little of the live leak footage that came out.
Or when he gets back.
Well, when I get back, I'll play some of the live leak footage. Okay. Let me put it over there so I'll remember it. Right on. See you in a bit. Thank you. This is Sarah.
Okay. I am Sarah. I haven't gotten a good, acronym for Sarah. I have, a good one for Dave, Digital Audio Video Entity. But I haven't gotten anything, I don't know a good one for Sarah. Sweet, accepting, real American human. That would be a good one for Sarah. Hello, Music Clef. Music Clef. Is that the one with like this one that looks like an S? Is that what a clef is? I'm not really sure. But anyway, how was my day? My day was great. It really was. I have been really having, I think part of, having such great days lately is having a great attitude. One of the things, hi Steve RV, I have, well, you can Music Clef, but I've only have eyes for one. That's David. But, so about 3 weeks ago, I sat down with a financial person, advisor, I guess a money manager, I don't know what the right term is because she can't do my taxes, so I don't know. Anyway, but I sat down with her to talk about my retirement and how, how's my retirement looking? What can I put into retirement? When can I retire? That kind of thing. And she basically told me, one is that if you want the insurance that you have now, or you want healthcare insurance when you retire and not have to hope that Medicare is around, then you need to work until you're at least 65 years old. Well, I'm 41 going on 42, so that means I've got, another 25 years or something. And then I've also been, maxed out credit. The other thing I was doing is I started reading this book, which I don't think David would appreciate me reading this book, but I do. It was funny, Steve RV. Oh, anyway, long story short, I decided that even if I were a millionaire, which I'm not, but even if I were a millionaire, the way I would spend my time is exactly how I'm spending it now. So I have a really good job and a really good life and everything's great. So once I realized that, that realization for me really kind of said, hey, I already have everything I need in my life. And it was pretty funny because today, so Steve, I'm going to get to your question about the impeachment in just a moment. But today, I'm going to talk to you about my work day rather than David because he's, he hears it all the time. Anyway, today I was introducing my students to money and I was introducing them a penny is worth 1 cent and here's a picture of the front and here's a picture of the back. And they did that for nickel and dime and quarter. And then they had $1 and they just had the front of the dollar. And I said, you know what? And they said, they had a little paragraph. Dollars can also be in $5, $10, $20, $50, and $100. And then I said, you know what, class, I happen to have some money. I don't usually carry lots of money around with me, but since it's near Christmas time, I happen to have some money on me. And so I went into my wallet and I pulled out here's a $1, the front and back, and a 5, and a 10, and a 20. And then I said, and I also like to carry around, these 2 bills are my just in case of emergency, is I carry around $150 with me, a $50 and a $100. And so I showed him the 50 and the 100. And one little boy, he's like, "Are you rich?" I said, I'm working on it, but I'm not rich yet. But I said, "But you know what? I'm very wealthy because I have all of you." So they're like, "Ah." But okay, now Steve Harvey asked my feelings on the impeachment hearings, and I was going to tell me the other story that happened today is I was working with a small group of kids, and we were working on vocabulary words, and one of the words was official. No, I did not pass the money around. I showed it under the document camera, so it's like, no, I did not pass it around. But anyway, it was official, and we were talking about principal is like the official at the school, and then I said, and a mayor would be official for a city, and then they're like, "Oh, would a president be?" Like, a president would be an official for the nation or an official for the country. But I said, but the president is not the only official for the nation or the country. Because in America, we have representatives and senators. And one of my students asked, "What's impeachment? What does it mean to impeach someone?" And it totally reminded me of Mr. Rogers, and when little Tigger, his little tiger, I forget his name, but his tiger is in make-believe land, and he says, "What's assassination?" And it didn't remind me of that because of anything. I don't want to see anything, but it's because kids are exposed to so much information in the news, and it's important to be able to talk to them about what's happening and in a real world life. And so that, when in Mr. Rogers, that happened when Robert F. Kennedy was assassinated. I talked to them about how it's about, and we actually looked up the word impeach on etimonline.com, and I said it's how official, it's charges against an official is an impeachment is charges against an official. Daniel, yes, Daniel. Exactly. Thanks, Hot Rails. Mr. Rogers' tiger's pal name. Yeah, Daniel. He asked that. But it totally just reminded me, it's like kids might be concerned what's going around and going on in the news. And so then I told them about how if the president is impeached, I said it's kind of like, if a police officer, we talked about a police officer being an official, and how if a police officer arrests someone, then they're saying their charges for that person, saying they did something wrong. And so the impeachment is charges against someone for doing something wrong, but then they have to go in front of a court. And like one girl was like, this, I think the same one that asked about impeachment, she's like, "What's court?" And I said, with the judge and jury, but that in this case, it wouldn't be a court with judge and jury. It would be a court with the Senate, and then they would potentially remove him from office. So anyway, it's pretty interesting. Johnny, Mr. Rogers was amazing, but he was not a Green Beret or a trained killer. That's just an internet rumor. Maybe Bob Ross could have been Kevin Bacon. Bob Ross. Have you seen both of Mr. Rogers' Mr. Rogers and Bob Ross have these, what are they called? Like music things where they compile music compilations. They were really well done. No, it wasn't a meme. Let me find it. Mr. Rogers one is called Garden of Your Mind. It's a video, and it's called a remixed, Mr. Rogers Remixed. This is probably one of my favorite things. I almost played it for the kids today. That's Mr. Rogers Remixed, Garden of Your Mind. And then they also have, PBS has one for Mr. Rogers. Is it Bob Ross? Called Pretty Little Clouds. I think. Let me see. Happy Little Clouds. There we go. This is Bob Ross. So anyway, my feelings on impeachment. I do think that Trump has done things very wrong. I think Trump wants things to go his way and doesn't. I don't really feel like. Oh, good. I want. I think that he wants things to go his way, and I do feel like the impeachment will go through and should go through, and I will see what happens. But okay, that link I just gave you is Bob Ross. Happy Little Clouds. Mr. Mysterio 17, are you still there? 8 viewers. Yes, I know. You're live, you're not a bot? Woohoo! Boy named Pigeons. Well, if you're still there. I don't always watch the and hi Brad C 0708. I don't always watch the Twitch. I go back and forth between the Twitch and the Periscope chat, sorry. But then the other 3 chats I watch, like YouTube and iVlog and Vaughn Live. I just really think it is important to be real with children, but not scare them. Not in a scary way. I did not tell the kids that it reminded me of Mr. Rogers and that other question. I'm so glad that we don't have any issues with. I'm glad that we're not in the 60s and have those kinds of issues. Chat pause to just. Oh. Yeah, but the viewer count is not correct. Oh, it says 3 on my end. Is that what it says on your end? Why is it always cold at Christmas? Because it's December. And isn't that true? November, October, even September starts to burr. So we are broadcasting on Vaughn Live, so vaughn.live/third party. You can actually see most of our chats at our own one of our own websites, which is www.coolrock.com. We're also live on Twitch, twitch.tv/coolrockparty. Of course, we're here on YouTube, and I'm glad to see you here. We're live on iVlog, ivlog.tv/America's Third Party. Here, I'll give it to you. David doesn't always like me to promote the Vaughn Live site, but there we go. And then we're also live on Periscope or via Twitter, I guess. But yeah, so did I get them all? Vaughn, YouTube, iVlog, Twitch, and Periscope. Yeah, for now. I mean, hopefully I'll go. Oh, I don't know. I didn't know there were 7 users in the chat. Broadcaster, wow. Alfred, wow, you're right. Alfred Judokos, another viewer. Boy Named Pigeons, Commander Root, Justly, RL, Lurks, Mysterio. Maybe, and it only says 4, but there says 7 in the chat. I have no idea, Mr. Mysterio, because like David would say, because they're trying to censor him and make him think he only has 5. I didn't even see there were 7 in the list until you alerted me. Okay. Well, I'm glad I could show you guys or link you. If you want the links, let me know. I didn't link you all to Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers. PBS Studios also has one of Julia Childs, a remix of Julia Childs. That's pretty good. Bon appetit! But yeah. My favorite, of course, is Mr. Rogers. I really admire him. I really admire him. When I think of the kind of person and kind of teacher I want to be, I think of Mr. Rogers. Thank you for all that. The Flipboard link. Thanks, Maxed Out Credit. Now, if you want to go on video with us, Steve, RV, the best place to do that is at iVlog. I'll give you the link there. I don't know if that worked. Anyways, ivlog.tv/user/America's Third Party. All about the censorship. And now it dropped to 2. Are there still 7 in the chat? I have no idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe the 2 are people that are not users in the chat. Maybe those are not. Those are people who aren't signed in, who are like additional people that are watching. I don't know. Good evening. Nice to see your chat again here. I don't know what you're referring to, Johnny. Okay. I could look at the news. I haven't done so in a long time. I'm kind of like don't want to look at the news because I feel like I just let my news filter through you and of course David, but because David is who he is, I don't always take all the news from David. I take a lot of the news from David with a grain of salt. I'm not married, but I am with David and promised to David, but I haven't made it legal because I haven't made it legal because I don't think the government should be involved in my personal relationship. I don't think the government has anything to do with love. I mean, I love America, but Ode and the Cat, you think sometimes it's better, sometimes paper changes a person? And sometimes you get more perks? You've seen paper change a person. Oh, Evil Dance to Good says it's better to be married, you get more perks, and it's even better to have kids, you get a tax break. But Odin the Cat says sometimes it's better, paper changes a person, but sometimes it changes them to the worst. Oh, some people do think when they have a piece of paper that they own a person, yeah. Oh, that's a cute question. What type of potato chip is Santa's favorite? A crisp Pringles. Like Kris Kringle? Yeah, that would not be good. People thinking they own someone. You don't get it? You don't get how people could think that? It's, yeah, Pringles, but it's like Kris Kringle. What do you call people who are afraid of Santa Claus? Claustrophobic. Oh. Wow. Thanks, Tekwala. Big news. Who delivers Christmas presents to sharks? Santa Claus? Or that's like Santa Law. Oh, Santa Jaws. Oh, I think I'm boring, Mark, but so we have another one coming up. Is there a Sci-Fi Network movie called Santa Jaws? I don't know. Yeah, I am so not. Totally not. Oh, God. No, I wouldn't use my time on that. Yes, third graders are putting on a Christmas musical on Thursday.
Yeah.
I might be a little late coming to the show. There's also a Christmas party on Thursday.
Okay, I made you a tomato melt on the stove. A half tomato melt, basically. Light dinner. Whatever else.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a hot plate, so be careful.
Okay, thank you.
Tomato melts are great. I love cheddar cheese over tomatoes, sliced tomatoes, with a little mayonnaise underneath. organic mayonnaise and 24 grain bread.
Oh, okay.
Toasted.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like one of those, the ultimate snack food, I think. Why would I ban all your accounts? Oh, you're talking about Drag King. Yeah, he posted a picture that was very unfavorable of you, making a grimace on one of our road trips. And I'm going, what's the point? I mean, we do these really hard road trips, and it's almost impossible to do. And he makes fun of your face. It's like, that's not a supporter. Dude, you're not a supporter if you do that. Showing Sarah in an unfavorable light.
What does he say? They did what with my face?
Oh, you were making a grimace on one of our road trips. These brutal road trips, by the way. They're brutal. This past summer was in mosquito hell. We couldn't barely.
Yeah.
If you go back to our archives, it's amazing how we even got through it. Well, enjoy your rest of your evening. Whatever you can do to come back later, if possible. If not, just go to bed.
Oh, I'll be back.
Whatever you want to do.
I'll be back, I'm sure.
Thank you. Well, that helped a lot.
Thank you for making my whatever.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, we carry a lot of the liberal views into the centrist party. The fact that she endorses the liberal teaching methods that they're using right now, I'm not that concerned. Frankly, the production of our kids at the school, at the academic level, should not be the focus. We excel in areas that are much better. I want education to be a fun experience so that people want to learn. That's the important thing. And they want to learn something that they want to learn. Not be fed all kinds of garbage like the academic system we have today, but one where, say you want to make solar panels and make your living installing solar panels. We'll give you a job and a training, free training. Yeah, that's what hybrid capitalism is all about. We will offer you a 6-week course in solar panel installation and hooking to batteries and safety and all that. And then you can get a job installing solar panels in our rooftop solar revolution, which is a cool idea. We have a great idea of building up houses too, the Homestead Renewal Plan. That's part of our big boost for jobs, 1.5 million jobs in America. It's exciting. But I can't offer 14 million like Bernie Sanders off the top of his head. It's like, oh yeah, sure, we need jobs. Well, yeah, Bernie, how are you going to get them? We have currently in our system $4 to $5 billion in HUD right now that could immediately apply to the home program at the Homestead Renewal Plan. And we can start buying up a block of neighborhoods for next to nothing in Detroit, make that our starter, take the toughest city in America and start building up. Even offer people gardens in the back of their homes so that they can actually grow some marijuana legally in the state of Michigan. Very evolved ideas. And you'd have with that a solar rooftop, and you could own a house like that it's going to be scaled down below 50,000 because Michigan, you can buy a house for 10,000 right now in Detroit and fix it up. So it'll be closer to probably less than 50. I'm not guaranteeing more than 50. I'm saying less. 1.5 million not funded. No, we're already spending that money. Mark, yeah. No, they do. Unfortunately, people are killing each other in cities like Detroit and Chicago, and blacks are consolidating their turf with the legalization plans in both Illinois and in Michigan. That's the reality. It's the black on black crime rate or murder rate is so high in those cities that we have to deal with some way in which we can settle the gang problem down. And legalization of marijuana dovetails nicely into this, along with a restoration and gentrification of their neighborhoods. And feeling good about being a Detroit citizen again, instead of feeling like you're living in a hellhole with no future. I want gentrification for all our older cities that are still made from very nice houses. The construct, the bones of those houses are really well built. All we need is good foam core insulation and maybe even a blow-in hempcrete or a hempsulate. A solution that we could actually integrate our legalization plan, creating hemp, with products that could insulate and are mold-free, like hempsulate. So all kinds of new ideas to fix up houses that would really make our lives a lot easier long-term. We're talking about home ownership, making something out of your life, passing it on to your family members. Those things are important to people. And I agree with Carago. Detroit is slowly coming back. And I think legalization now is helping Illinois and helping Michigan. And I'm really seeing some positive results there. But Trump would rather we condemn the whole idea and, blow it off. That's why he's so not 2020. Trump kind of reminds me of, well, not really Teddy Roosevelt, because I kind of remind myself of Teddy Roosevelt. But Teddy Roosevelt couldn't pull off a second run, really. When he came back and created the Bull Moose Party, he couldn't pull it off because people thought he was a blowhard. I know that sounds kind of hard to believe, but Trump sounds like a blowhard. And they know that he's not getting the job done. He talks a lot, but he talks the talk, but he doesn't walk the walk. I really believe that he's not the guy to fix our country. Anyway, an idea like this would take the existing funds in our home program, $4 billion, and get started. And we can build it from there, and we can pick up momentum as it goes along, because every house will generate money. I only said he couldn't win in 2016, Marx ends, because he essentially had help with Russia. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't realize that Comey was going to flip on him like that, too, and give him a free run. Comey helped Trump more than any other person out there. I almost believe that Comey should be investigated for Russian ties, or at least Zionist ties. If there is a cabal within the entire government, the higher echelon, connected to the Mossad and the CIA, I think there is some sort of a potential for our country to be doing the bidding of Zionists. And I believe that Zionists really are pulling the strings on our country right now. A third party would be a step away from that. The Goyim of the country would be saying, I don't think it's time for all of the Ashkenazis to lead us into a drained financial situation. See, I represent the people who built savings for centuries, who built their savings on hard work and austerity. I represent a Norwegian person, being I'm a very careful person with my money. I represent the people that want to build equity back in our country. Not a person like Trump who would borrow money just to make more money, to borrow more money, and to owe more money. Hello, Nagoya. Welcome. So I'm a person who believes in the essence of long-term sustainability. Trump doesn't do that. He wants to borrow from tomorrow to pay for today. And he's done it almost everywhere in his life. It's a joke. He's like a guy with a silver spoon in his mouth that turned it into a debt load that he'll never, ever get out of. Trump will be in debt the rest of his life. I was debt-free when I was 40 years old. Nice try. Okay, let's take a look at this link. You are in the third party, yes. We are in the third party zone. This is the shooting. This is photographs from the neighborhood from a Spanish family, a live leak of the event, and you'll see SWAT members coming in. We don't see any blood and guts in this, and for a good reason. Unlike the first thing we showed you in the show, which showed a crisis event with fake blood that happened a year ago in the same location. This is the real event happening today.
Ay, mi madre, cuánto tiroteo, Dios, Jesús santísimo. Ay, Padre de la gloria, ¿pues se lo mataron?
No, ay, lo de la bodega sí lo mató. Ah, bien, allá afuera, Vaya, vaya. Get in. Now. Ay, apuntando. ¿A quién era que yo iba a llamar? A José Manuel. people. Ay, se vienen toditos para acá, José Manuel. Oye, oye, oye.
Ay, Padre de la Gloria, cuántos tiroteos, Dios mío.
Yo estoy... Yo... Ay, yo estoy... Fijo, él me está llamando esa desgracia que no me llame. José Manuel, míralo aquí, Brian, la noticia lo está pasando ya. Esa desgracia. Están toditos aquí, José Manuel.
Ay, míralo tú.
Míralo, mira.
Ay, cuánto policía.
Ay, mi carro. Ay, mi carro. Mira.
Mira los ojos molestando,
Esto es de película. Griselda está grabando. Bye. Que entre la mano. Entre la mano. Por favor, que entre la mano, Griselda. Está fuerte. Fíjate.
That's pretty much all we've got. So, what do you have to say about that? Them apples.
And yet, I'm one of the lucky ones.
Yes, you are.
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing.
Exactly, Greta. Good point. So this is a problem. We are seeing a lot of things happening, and nothing really in particular. People are moving. SWAT teams are mobilizing. But like the thing that happened in my area, nothing happened. They swatted me, and I had to lay down in the front of my house in the grass, put my hands behind my back, and get cuffed for no reason. And they never even apologized. This is big news. A man's fart has killed mosquitoes. Okay, now this is funny. I mean, in a way, it's truth too. I mean, if you've ever farted and known that mosquitoes don't like it, this is possible. Gone with the wind. Man whose deadly farts can kill mosquitoes hired to create mosquito repellent made from his intestinal gas. This is fantastic. This is a big move for mankind. A small step for flatulence. This is huge. I'll be sure to tell Sarah because she's allergic to mosquitoes. This is from The Sun, which is a highly reputable paper like National Enquirer. That's right, gone with the wind. A man whose farts kill mosquitoes claimed to have signed up by the insect repellent companies probing the secret of his killer gas. Joe Rowamarama, 48, from Kampala, Uganda, says boffins have launched a study into the chemical properties of his unique trouser toxin. It is amazing. In the village, people say no one follows Joe. No mosquitoes eat his Joe because of the smell of his butt. Yes, right. His farts have gone to the... Whoa. This little mosquito can't stand the smell of his flatulence. Joe is quick to assure people his farts are only noxious to insects so that people will still be friendly with him when they're near him. They say, oh yeah, he smells good. It smells no mosquitoes near Joe. The odd job man says no one in his home village has ever contracted malaria because his powers knock out insects over a 6-mile radius. This is amazing. If true, that would make his fallout zone larger than that of the atomic bomb which destroyed Hiroshima in 1945. Local barber James Yawari said, he is known all over the city as man who can kill mosquito with his farts. When Joe's around, we all know that mosquitoes will vanish. Yes, he is respectful of people around him and will only fart when there are mosquitoes around which bring malaria. His farts get rid of this disease. So they feed him free beans no matter where he goes. Oh, plenty of bean dishes and lentils. Joe comes by, they serve him a big dish of bean, and don't get Beano around him because he'll lose his farting ability. But yeah, he's going to be taken in by the top level. Who cares? Why do you bring me this garbage? It's funny though. I will admit that. Yeah, so Nancy Pelosi has decided that she's just going to go with the 2 articles of impeachment, not going to include the Russian collusion thing. Big mistake. Yeah. So the senators will all have to decide conclusively based on the Ukrainian thing. That's a big move, and I think a stupid move, in my opinion. That's why I think Nancy Pelosi's working with the deep state, trying to keep Donald Trump in. Hey, this is real news about going green and killing pesticides. They're taking the time to probe his farts. I'm not. It is real news. Oy vey, how could I ask for anything better? It is real news you can sink your smeller into. That's right. Get your olfactory glands going and... What is it in Joe's farts, really? And let's make that our topic of discussion tonight. What do you think it is? Is it the fact that he... Who cares? That's my point. It's distractive. It's not taking us closer to the truth. Here's a guy, they just put a GoFundMe page up for the New Jersey situation. Yeah. He's got a $200,000 goal. He's hoping to get there. He's Joseph Seals, Jersey City shooting PD fundraiser. Allegedly, he's one of the victims. I don't know. It's just one of the many. What can I say? These GoFundMe pages pop up almost instantaneously whenever events happen. Now, yesterday we talked about the problem with Disney. We brought up some issues in the pre-show that were very disturbing. This guy right here, Disney rehires James Gunn, the guy who thinks baby rape is hilarious. Just a reminder, in case you forget, the guy that Disney fired a while back, James Gunn, thinks baby rape is funny. If he worked for Adult Swim or some other adult film company, it probably wouldn't care, but James Gunn is now back in charge of making movies for children. You know, the ones he thinks are hysterical to rape. Very weird stuff, and why Disney has turned a blind eye to his unbelievable chatter on the social networks is beyond me. Another situation happened. A former Disney child actor, Belle Thorne, claims she was molested from age 6 to 14. Child star, Disney, molestation. You have been removed from the show. You're not allowed to make comments about my beautiful hair. Hair, beautiful hair. Yeah, that's a mutable offense, which you'll be punished. Former Disney star, child actor Bella Thorne discussed in a new interview that she was molested from age 6 to 14. Thorne discussed the alleged molestation while promoting her upcoming book, The Life of a Wannabe Mogul, Mental Disarray on Build series. Let's take a look. Oh, this is a professional video, 25 minutes long. This will be good for tonight. Okay. Bella Thorne speaks on her new book. Yeah, so this should be a really kind of a good thing. She's going to talk candidly about her new book.
Which is very interesting, very difficult. It's a little piece of art and process. And while I was on set completely, like, I'm in the middle of scenes with my typewriter.
Cool. Well, this will be good. I was looking for something good to play tonight. Excellent. Yeah, we start our shows at 10 o'clock in the video segment of the show. It's a 3-hour segment.
I played a bass player, and so my character is just...
And it's great. I don't have to worry about monetization issues. More information. A North Carolina pastor who decreed sexually abusive clerics accused of sexually abusing a minor. Father Patrick Hoare, who was not a priest at the time of the alleged abuse, denies the allegation and has been placed on administrative leave from St. Matthew's Catholic Church. A popular North Carolina pastor who has spoken out against sexual abuse of priests has been hit with an accusation that he sexually abused a minor 25 years ago before he entered the Catholic clergy. Wow. That's a little old for an old story to pop up, but 25 years later. Happened to a priest in my area that was accused of things. They had to take away his priesthood and made him a deacon. No, that's not true. You're not allowed to make up crap here, Mark. You're just drawing attention away from the subject of politics. That's a bannable offense, Mark. Cheap shot there, buddy. Former Trump campaign aide Rick Gates should get probation, prosecutors say. Gates testified against former Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort and former Trump campaign advisor Roger Stone. Both were convicted. So many people convicted under Donald Trump's corrupt presidency. It's amazing. What, 29 felony convictions so far? I think with Roger Stone, there'll be more, like 35. But this guy is gonna probably get probation, which is good for him because he's the first guy to flip. And he's one of the reasons why we have more information about the corrupt, almost mob-like operation known as the Trump cabinet. Yeah, I'll say it, mob-like. Trump paid $2 million in a judgment for misusing his charity, New York Attorney General says. So he's already paid out of court because he used his charity to illegally get funds. I mean, come on, if you don't think this guy's crooked, what the hell? I mean, you've got proof after proof, indictment after indictment. How can you Republicans sit there and go, oh, this is all a hoax? This is a media hoax. They're just out to get him. Yeah, they're picking on him. No, he really is guilty in every way. An animatronic Krampus displayed for 2016 Trans World. Really, do we have to look at a tranny, animated transsexual? Is that what it's come to? Whoa. That's even weirder. I'm going to pass on that. Yeah, it's too disturbing, for one, and it looks like an evil... Mr. Mysterio says, why does it say 4 viewers with 7 in the list? Mr. Mysterio, you have uncovered the censorship, the back door of shadow banning at Twitch. All kinds of little things pop up when they try to adjust the knob and control our viewership. We're being shadow banned and censored at Twitch. That's why it does that. Thanks for your concern, though. Mr. Mysterio, you're on it. This is what's been happening for a long time. We were even banned for 5 years on Twitch for no reason. Yeah, we couldn't believe it. We were being targeted. I'm afraid that you can't come in here and denigrate our people that are regulars here, that have great ideas and music. If you haven't checked out our website, coolrock.com, on it, I feature Scissor Fights music. And if you go here to Cool Rock, you can actually watch both of our chat shows simultaneously once you have them open on another page, another tab. Open those first and then open this and it'll all pop open for you. You can join the broadcast. But down below I put a link to Scissor Fights music if you guys want to listen to it. It's pretty cool. He's really good. He's got a good ear, audio editing wise. Very, very talented. All of his music has a uniqueness to it, a signature. And then he goes to something different. All kinds of great music, and these are all available at coolrock.com. Yeah, Cool Rock is my flagship site to have everybody watch chat, and also you can play music and have fun with a lot of the doodling programs that are all free. We've even got an arcade in there. On the top right button, you click on that. The online community, fun, free, and private. We don't monitor this, and we're not grabbing things. But this link right here, Web Oasis, that takes you to a really cool page with all kinds of avenues into the internet. It goes deep, too. There's a number of different utilities that you can use as well. On the side, you can even access their arcade, watch YouTube documentaries. It's amazing. This site is like exploration heaven. And these are all games you can play. Pinball, racing, mini golf, chess. Ooh, I should try that. They just added chess. Ooh, I should play that. Yeah, I don't think I'd be as stressed out playing a computer as I would another person. But yeah, it's all at coolrock.com. 11 Chinese immigrants. Okay. Okay, and we got a couple other links from you. Just catching up on your links. Paris climate fraud. Okay. I think that's it.
One of the hottest years on record. Is among the hottest years recorded.
The hottest year on record.
Another hot
God
year.
doesn't mince words when it comes
Global
to President
warming.
Trump and his
what
hometown.
What will we do about that? Politicians for most...
Yeah, and as these things open up, they just start playing. And I think you had one on Brazil's president calls Greta Thunberg a brat. Okay, let's lead with that. How dare you? How dare you?
Humanity is now standing at a crossroads. We must now decide which path we want to take.
All right. Yeah, I got that story already. Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro on Tuesday called young Swedish environmental activist Greta Thunberg a brat after she expressed concern about the slayings of the indigenous Brazilians in the Amazon. Bolsonaro questioned the coverage news media has given this young lady, all the media, who on Sunday tweeted a link to a story about the murder of 2 indigenous people in Brazil's Maranhão state. He says Greta said the Indians died because they were defending the Amazon. Bolsonaro told a group of journalists, "It's impressive that the press is giving space to a brat like that." He added using the Portuguese word piralha. Wow. Yeah, he made a good point. Thank you for speaking out. I normally don't like this guy because he tends to side with his business interest in Brazil over the environment, but thank you for calling her out as a brat, because it's pretty sad that we've got nothing but free play for her and no one listens to anyone else. And she never talks about chemtrails or how to filter the air or how we're going to fix the entire environmental ecosystem. The keys to fixing the world's problems are probably defined very simply as 20 or 50, maybe 25 hotspots. There's about 10 rivers, and there's 16 ocean vessels that are the worst polluters in the world. And these 16 ocean vessels, container vessels, are just, and tankers are just dumping crap into the atmosphere. We can cap those smokestacks on those ocean liners, and we can also clean the plastic out of the key rivers at one drain point into the ocean. And I believe we're going to make a dent on the world's plastic pollution problem. And then go into areas that are really terrible and start cleaning up plastic waste. We have no innovation right now. Trump has virtually stalled any innovation in getting rid of plastics. A couple nights ago, I showed you a Japanese guy who has developed a way of converting plastic back to oil. And I showed the video, and it was pretty cool. A Dutch inventor has, oh, here it is. Yeah, this is the one. And I started playing it, and I was immediately censored. So let me just take you to this quick view of how this guy, this Japanese man, has developed an amazing technology. And he has a company that can handle it. Going into detail, it's all done in Japanese, so I'm not going to play it full on, but as a child, I enjoyed the environment. I didn't care about the environment. But since I came here and had my own children, and then he goes on to show people that he's got amazing amounts of plastic waste that he's dealing with, and he came up with a way of actually converting this into oil. We don't have to break down the trash. You can put it in just as it is. He literally stuffs trash in here, turns on this cooker, if you will, flips the switch, and in just a matter of a little while, he creates various grades of oil. gasoline, diesel, and kerosene.
車でも使えるし、バイクも
You can use it in motorbikes, anything. And it creates 3 different grades of oil as well. You can have multiple uses out of it. But isn't that amazing? So we can do this. We could even have a portable unit out in the oceans converting the plastic waste that they bring in into a liquefied form in canisters, thereby not having to carry the plastic waste all the way in, condensing it down and picking it up on a boat. The problem with the buoyant slat model that they currently have is that the water tends to push this entire thing down underwater, and eventually it collects and it begins losing its ability to hold any plastic waste. Clearly the best solution is to get rid of the plastic waste as it's coming in. So if we took this technology the Japanese man has and built portable units on ocean-bearing vessels that have booms between them, we could push 2 boats with a boom between it, and it would be processing the plastic waste on the boats. A much better modification to the buoyant slats concept that was crowdfunded for $7 million. But I think we could clean the environment. I don't think it's impossible. We've gone without any real checks and balances for a long time, and we're having a big problem just getting behind the global climate change initiative that is being pushed globally by a new world order. America can lead in innovations that can actually show the rest of the world we can do this, and then we could be the ones making these units and selling them to other countries that want to clean up their properties. Or we could just do this for free because we generate income. From every amount of plastic waste, it converts into oil. So we can actually create oil this way. It's a very interesting concept, and I think we have to move in that direction. I don't think we have a choice. I think most of us really do have to worry about pollution in our life, because your world is not going to be better for your kids unless we start tackling this problem. How dare you? Sure. Well, converting plastic into liquid is a lot safer than converting plastic into plastic. That's another process entirely which can outgas. So wouldn't you rather just use that fuel as oil to burn, or gas or kerosene to heat your house? Yeah. I believe that the truth is that oil is a renewable resource. Now, you couldn't get one geologist to agree with me. I'm out on a limb on this one. But I believe that we have the potential to have endless amounts of oil bubbling from the earth. And I think the oil industry is here to stay. I'm sorry to say for you people that think we should all just go electric. Well, even electricity burns oil. Most electricity is generated by oil, especially in Japan. So let's not kid ourselves. Going electric isn't stopping the oil burning problem. The biodome light still holding very well. Yeah, it's solid. I'm redoing the exterior next year. We're going to expand it out a little bit. I told Sarah that when we first moved up here, I was going to build gardens. And we just don't have the weather for growing things. At least that kind of things that I grew in California when I used to live there. We used to get 3 harvests of tomatoes every year in California. Strawberries all year long. It was unbelievable. I mean, I never was a want for anything. But here it's totally different in Washington. So what I'm doing is building a perennial garden all over the place. We've got natural things that grow perennially in this weather, like artichokes, asparagus, cabbage, and I'm just going to let things grow on their own. And it's a big challenge to do this. It's called permaculture. We create perennial gardening that they actually just seed themselves. You don't have to do much at all. You do have to do a little weeding twice a year, but that's it. So slowly I'll build on my garden, but I'm not really that excited about the overcast weather. It's not really growing anything really, except cabbage. And I can grow some potatoes, onions, but nothing really good like broccoli, and that takes a summer cycle. Tomatoes take a summer cycle. I can't grow tomatoes. I can't really grow cucumbers. So there's a lot of things I can't grow in this type of environment. Yeah, but the truth is we need to start building some sort of an ecosystem solution for the worst offenders. I think it's extremely it's overtaking reality to think that we're going to be able to solve the world's eco crisis with a cap and trade plan where we all just share carbon point responsibilities. It's too far gone. We're too far down the road of I want, you want, greed versus greed. Nobody really wants to do this. So I think cap and trade is dead in the water. I think it's a failed plan that should never have been issued by the New World Order or Agenda 21. But innovation is in no way a stopping point. We have to start moving toward fixing the problem now. Talking about it, coming up with a game to play, that's just no. Let's start fixing the problem in the key areas that are the worst. Now, Trump has not done a damn thing with all the plastic waste coming on our shores around the world. We're being shipped it back by China. They don't want it anymore. I don't blame them. We all have to start thinking of what to do with this plastic waste. And it's happening in China too. All over the world, we're all worried about this. And one guy, one inventor, comes up with a brilliant idea. And if you guys want to look at this video, here is the link to it. But one guy came up with this fantastic idea. All right, let's talk about the border wall and the funds to, this is a story I wanted to get to. There you go. And here's the link over at YouTube. Really good video about a guy who is building this company, but this idea could easily catapult him into worldwide fame. All right. And here are you guys over at Flipboard. And now it's 8, yeah. 8 people and only 3 show in. Mr. Mysterio is wondering why there are 3 or 8 users, and our counter number over at Twitch shows 3 people in our room. Good point, Mr. Mysterio. Thank you. Yeah, so we've got 3 people in our room, but we have 8 watchers. So there's all kinds of shadow banning going on, like I said. Okay, let's take a look at this next story. As you know, I support the border fence. It's my idea. I came up with it in 2008, the 1,000-mile fence. Trump took the idea and called it a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for it. Well, it was never built, and he's just BSing you because Donald Trump works for the New World Order. They don't want a fence between Mexico and the U.S. Believe me, they want our border to have porous immigrants flying over it left and right. And this federal judge is proving exactly what I'm saying. He's blocking the use of billions of dollars in Pentagon funds to build a border wall. A judge is standing in the way of an idea that really should have been done already. You got a threatening email, Anita? I'm so sorry. Block it. Put it in the spam folder. Oh, here's another one. Holy crap. Watch this guy turn. Yeah, there he is. Another video. Yep, exactly. Thank you for finding it.
Maynard Haddad doesn't mince words when it comes to President Trump and his hometown. He owns H&H Car Wash Cafe, the only place in El Paso where the customer is always wrong, even a president.
Why do you think Trump is saying the things about El Paso that he's saying?
Because he knows what the hell he's talking about.
Maynard's Cafe opened in 1958. You can get a car wash and chili rellenos while you wait. And while we waited, Haddad told us he voted for Trump and didn't hold back his thoughts on the rest.
You've never felt unsafe here?
Oh, hell no.
He keeps repeating that El Paso used to be this horribly dangerous place.
Yeah, well then he needs to go to school.
President Trump has falsely claimed El Paso's wall along the Rio Grande dramatically changed this border town.
The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime. A wall was put up. It went from being one of the most dangerous cities in the country to one of the safest cities in the country overnight.
That's just not true. El Paso has never been one of the most dangerous places in America. Crime statistics show violent crime was dropping for many years before the wall was built in 2008, and crime actually jumped a little after the wall was built.
You don't feel like the president is trashing El Paso?
I don't think so.
But some El Paso Republicans like Adolfo Telles say Trump is still right about what a border wall can do to cut down crime and threats.
If you were living in that house and you know that there are illegal people wandering around your house at 2 o'clock in the morning, is that a serious crime from your perspective? People just get quiet when you put it that way.
Sylvester Reyes is a former Democratic congressman of El Paso and spent nearly 30 years as the top Border Patrol agent along this stretch of the border. He remembers when a simple chain link fence was the border wall.
And now look at it. 100 miles of stuff you can cut through with a wire cutter. Boy, he really did a good job, didn't he? Creating something with a $59 Home Depot tool to fix. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, could I help you, Ben? What's your question? Go ahead. I know. It's amazing how many people threaten me on a daily basis. I get on average 4 death threats a day. And this has been going on for about 6-7 years now. So when I say I have 1,000 death threats, it's a low number. It's more like 3,000 death threats. You wouldn't believe all the death threats I get every day. Because people are afraid. They don't want a third-party candidate looking as good as I look with an articulate focus and a real goal to fix the country. They don't want somebody they can trust who's honest. They want somebody they can manipulate like Trump, who's dishonest, or like Biden, who appears dishonest. You see what's going on? What do they say in the death threats? I don't really want to give them any credence whatsoever or pay any, homage to these death threaters, so I don't repeat what they say. But let's just say, yeah, I know, and let's just say they do it all the time. They threaten bad things. So it's amazing to me how stupid people can be, thinking that they can, push a person to the brink of somehow being fearful. I could care less. I've seen far worse than that, believe me. I've had people like virtually kung fu experts attack me with nunchucks in open daylight in traffic. This is nothing. Yeah, I had a very amazing martial artist jump out of his car one day thinking I was saying something about him. And all I was doing was talking to a friend in the car with a loud voice, and his window was down. And he jumped right out of his car, and he pulled his nunchucks out, and he started moving. He's like, he was going to take me out. It's like, big deal, man. It's nothing. But the reality is a lot of people in road situations have a road rage reaction. The thing about road rage is you don't want to egg them on. The last thing you want to do is encourage that, like flipping somebody off. Don't do that. Big mistake. Catch yourself from doing that, because if you try to flip somebody off in traffic, it can go viral or violent rather quickly. I've seen it happen right before my very eyes, many times. I drove Los Angeles freeways for 25 or 22 of my 35 years there, because the rest of the time I was just growing up. But yeah, big time escalation. Nunchuck fight right in front of me, and it was ready to go. I mean, I had only one option. I had 2 options. The truth is you have fight, freeze, or flee. 3 options. But I had 2 options. Yeah. My first option was to tone him down. That's your best option. Apologize for anything that might have been his concern. That's your best option. The other option was not pretty. The car is a deadly weapon, and you don't want to use your car in a situation like that, but it is a deadly weapon. But, yeah. Right, be like water. Follow the Kung Fu directive of the amazing Bruce Lee.
It is like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you will miss all that heavenly glory.
I can only give you 8 seconds of that. Otherwise, they'll monetize it. Yeah. At least you got the important thing, the heavenly glory part and the finger and the water. You got that covered. So yeah, I'm kind of glad that the El Paso fence has been beefed up. Thank you, Donald, for doing that. But that's a small portion of the 1,000 miles we need. And he's been pretty lax in his ability to get this thing constructed. Now, they did take a wire cutter you can buy at Home Depot for $59.99 and cut through a large hole of that in about no more than 10 minutes. So the fence he put up is a joke. It's an absolute joke. Hello, welcome. I have a better idea. This 1,000-mile wall container fence actually prevents people from coming in, and we can do anything with these containers. We can even modify the containers to have people living in them. Comfortable laundromats for people to wash their clothes. Carnicerias to serve taquitos and chicken tacos and fish tacos. We can have water, fresh water piped in along the Rio Grande. This could be a nice place for people to wait while they try to gain asylum to the United States. But they can't tunnel under the wall. Not with my plan. Behind this fence is a road, and the road runs the whole distance. And the whole distance we can run portable x-ray equipment that can look down many, many feet. I'm not going to tell you how many feet because that would be a secret. But grasshopper, snatch the pebble from my hand. It's right there. All we have to do is build it, and it's so easy. We could do this for $1 billion. We have 800,000 containers sitting in our ports right now because our trade back to China has been reduced. So we've got a tremendous asset in all these containers. Let's just buy them for $2,000 a piece and put them on the wall. I mean, what's the problem, Donald? Get your act together. Don't give us some BS crappy fence that can easily be cut right open. Watch the people climb over the fence, and they do. There's videos of people wedging rocks in between the slats and using them as a ladder to climb up the fence. I'm not kidding. Now, 11 Chinese migrants were found hiding inside furniture and appliances coming into the United States. You know we've got a problem when this happens. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, it's not really working for me here. They were in the furniture. Look at that. Built into the furniture. Oh, they're in the washing machine. They're in the washing machine. Wow. Several Chinese migrants trying to enter the U.S. from Mexico were hiding in a washer, a dresser, and other furniture, federal authorities said. Border agents searched a moving truck at the San Ysidro port of entry in San Diego, California. A washing machine. Good for them, yeah. Well, you know, I don't really care if Gordon Ramsay does open a restaurant in one of those things. And Scissor Fry told me, or you could carry a gun. Exactly. That's one way to deal with people with nunchucks. Good point. I didn't bring that up, but that was in California. It's highly illegal to carry an open carry gun. You can't do that. In fact, you have to have your gun broken down into a couple parts with a lock on one part to meet and comply with California law, unless you have a concealed weapons permit, which is hard to get in California. I know. Rodents are bad. You better set some rat traps, soul child. Dave, the Wi-Fi at home is down, so I'm at a local Sheetz convenience store drinking cafe. Oh, okay. Hi, Pencil Ducky Ducky. Not really. Guns should not be in the hands of only police. We got a pro-gun right guy over here, or gun control guy over here. You want gun control against 450? That's absurd. Criminals are going to get guns no matter what you try to do to control them. Yeah, we're not kind to gun control people here. You've got a Democratic Party to go to. Yeah, go away. Bye. Go to the do-nothing Democratic Party that talks a lot but never does anything. Go for it. Okay, more pictures of migrants stuffed inside. The truck's driver, a 42-year-old U.S. citizen, was arrested and taken to the correctional center in San Diego. He wasn't named, but yeah. They found in November, they found 6 Chinese nationals concealed in another moving truck. So these are Chinese nationals going through the Mexican border. Other than Mexicans, they're called. That's a pretty important story. Yeah, so border security and border safety is way more than Donald Trump is making it. And we aren't coming up with any solutions with him. You know that Donald Trump turned down $24 billion that Nancy Pelosi was willing to give him? I don't think so. You know, if you had to bury a dead sergeant because there's no gun control, I'll be willing to bet that that person that shot him bought the gun illegally. Most murders are being performed by blunt objects like hammers. So you gun control people have no proof to back up your claims. Whereas the people that support gun rights can prove that gun crimes go down 34% in cities like Chicago and D.C. when small handguns are allowed to the population. That happened in 2010. It's not a statistical anomaly. It happened in both cities, D.C. and Chicago. The Supreme Court ruled that it's okay to carry small handguns in those areas. Gun crimes went down 34%. That you can't contest. Why would gun crimes go down 34% when more people have them? Because guns are a deterrent to people using them. So your liberal ideas just have no proof at all that they work. None. In fact, I'm so tired of the Democratic Party. Look at the prison system. It's proven to fail rehabilitating people. And liberals, God forbid you mention the word capital punishment, liberals don't want to exercise capital punishment. They refuse to have an eye for an eye, or it basically kills someone for killing other people. Which in many states like California is now a recipe for people to go kill people and pop their heads like watermelons. And knowing they could get full free time in prison, no problem, all 3 hots and a cot paid for by the U.S. government. The liberal mentality is encouraging crime by being so permissive and lax. And it's cost us dearly because our prison system is burgeoning with people that shouldn't even be there. People of low-level drug offenders. You Democrats still can't even get those people released. You're useless. Your whole party's a joke. And now Nancy Pelosi really showed her true colors today when she didn't follow up with more impeachment articles. The 2 impeachment articles she has may not carry the Senate. They needed to work more on Russian collusion. They should have interviewed Michael Cohen and gotten more dirt on the Russian collusion from the Paul Manafort case. The Democrats dropped the ball. They proved to me that they are working for the deep state. They just gave Donald Trump a pass today, which is not cool. Nancy Pelosi's truly shown her colors of being a suck-up, a shill to the New World Order that want Donald Trump to stay in power because they can control him. But he'll never accomplish anything. Paris climate fraud tonight with John Stossel. He made the famous saying, "Give me a break," a trademarked term. So when he actually says it, he claims he can own that word, that trademark. He really believes it. Yeah. You know, I heard about the cop. Yeah. But Houston police slams lawmakers in the wake of shooting death of a sergeant. I'm so tired of hearing crisis actors named cops speak out about gun control. It makes me want to puke. Right.
Senate and Mitch McConnell and John Cornyn and Ted Cruz and others are not getting into a room and having...
They put these puppets out there to speak for the police. I have a barf bag I just puked into. I'm sorry for the loss of the sergeant, but I'd be willing to bet that the guy who shot him bought a gun illegally. This idea that you can take the guns away from the people and everything will be safe is the opposite of the truth. Every single Holocaust in the history of mankind has been preceded by gun control. Hitler did it with the Jews. He used a small arms treaty that's still enforced in the U.S. or in the international laws. John Kerry and Trump both signed in the small arms treaty. Trump hasn't rescinded it. I've seen no statements by Trump, executive orders rescinding the small arms treaty that even Hitler called into action in a time of need. He disarmed all the Jews and had Kristallnacht, where he sent the Juden to the farms and the work camps, and that Hitler had disarmed the Jews so they couldn't fight back. That's exactly what would happen here. Now, as far as capital punishment, we could talk about that tomorrow night. Yeah, we're talking about the truth, though. And the truth is, if we don't exercise punishment, people will commit crimes left and right. So, it's a social issue, though, capital punishment. I'm in favor of a federal capital punishment law, and certainly I would act with capital punishment in the military. Some people are lenient with people in the military. I wouldn't be. On issues of murder and capital crime, if there's like a first-degree murder charge, it would probably end up as an execution. If it's second or third, we'd consider commuting their sentences to whatever time served and an additional sentence to wherever they're at. Manslaughter cases, you don't really know who, friendly fire cases, I'm not going to, but when we're looking at executions of people, we might want to look also at people who molest multiple times. There's a person in Leavenworth right now that we know of raped 17 men and women. He was a drill sergeant. I know it sounds like a joke or something, but he raped 17 men and women, and he got off with only 15 years in Leavenworth. He'll be out in 5 years. 10 years ago, he went in. That means this guy who liked to rape, he may have raped more than 17 people, but he liked to rape men and women. He's going to be out in the field on parole in a military parole situation in about 5 years. I don't think he should be alive. I think he's a multiple rapist, molester. I don't really think he should live. But again, that's my personal opinion. I don't expect to impose that on a military tribunal if they have a set protocol. Trump tried to change military protocol last week, and I think it was a bad move. It hurts rank and file members from carrying out their duty. Anyway, I don't want to get into that one. Montgomery County Council, okay. They say they're being threatened over immigration policy. Really?
The recent rise in violent rapes like this one in Silver Spring have resulted in criticism and threats against Montgomery County Council members.
I've received a ton of threats, so have several of my colleagues, and so we needed to make sure that we're safe and doing our business, and so are our families.
Violent threats?
Some have been violent, yes.
This post on the White House Facebook page says, last month, Montgomery County Executive Mark Elrich ordered the county's agencies not to cooperate with ICE and protect criminals instead. Since July 25th, 7 illegal aliens protected by the Sanctuary County have been arrested for rape and sexual assaults. The county council had an emergency meeting this week, issuing this statement saying, false information is being spread.
There's no correlation between the number of undocumented immigrants in a locality and the number of crimes there. If anything, in areas that have more undocumented immigrants, typically have less crime.
The Montgomery County State's Attorney's Office says the number of rapes are an aberration, a spike in the number of violent sexual assaults. Whether the defendants happen to be undocumented is a statistic we do not keep.
One of the pieces of misinformation is that they're just roaming the streets. 7 of the 8 are currently locked up, and 1 has a court date to be appear.
But anti-immigrant groups like Help Save Maryland say the county is protecting undocumented immigrants who commit crimes.
So you have destroyed 8 lives already with these rapes and sexual assaults. How many more before you start enforcing the law?
The president of the Montgomery County Federation of Republican Women also disagrees with the county's immigration policies.
That actually more people are at risk because of the sanctuary, that criminals will come into the county, and that our young people will be vulnerable.
But council members say Montgomery is not a sanctuary county, that its policies are just like its neighbors, that it will notify ICE when an undocumented immigrant is about to be released so that they can arrest that person, but that they will not hold an undocumented immigrant here in jail any longer than their release date.
Okay, so they're walking the line. They claim they want to be tough on rape, but they want to be liberal on immigration. Interesting. The consensus here, Final Dream, thinks that we need to have a death penalty for 1 rape. I say false rapes charges do occur, and that would be terrible. But a person who's been charged with rape 3 times in his lifetime would be a strike 3 offense if we turned rape and molestation into a strike 3 law. In some states, it could work. It could. But then you got liberalized states like California that made it completely legal for children to be used in sex trade and not even be charged with crimes and brought in for re-education. So they've got a revolving door on child prostitution in California with liberal laws, which is a very sad thing. But in this particular case, we need to impose some really strong laws, and I think it will have to pass Congress. And I don't think Congress is ready for a 3-strike law. Not the democratically led Congress that we have today. Not at all. They're more likely to release low-level drug offenders than to impose a stringent capital punishment law against rapists and molesters. So it'd be difficult to get it past Congress. But I could do it in the military and at federal levels. But Congress might be needed there too. As long as we impose the capital punishment laws that are on the books, we can take care of the business at hand. And that means put an end to this disastrous system that keeps people on death row their entire life, rotating every day, wondering if they're going to die next month or whatever. It's almost inhumane to not kill them. And that would be the Democrats' argument, that it's more punishment to keep them alive. But we're paying $85,000 to $125,000 per inmate on death row per year in all the costs of the guards, the wardens, the whole prison system. So it's almost insane to keep a prison system so costly when we could resolve problems there at the capital punishment level and also cheapen or lower the cost of our prison systems by releasing low-level drug offenders. So we can do both. Appease the Democrats, release low-level drug offenders into the population slowly in a staged, methodical manner, and also impose capital punishment laws that would eliminate the largesse that's collected at the death row position, which is a lot of people waiting to be killed. Yeah, I kind of remind you of Vince McMahon. Yeah, I know. Well, a lot of people think I look just like Vince, the greatest person who ever lived. Yeah. I could never be even a small fraction of him. Yeah. Mr. Rogers is being played by Tom Hanks. Ironically, people are wondering, is there something wrong with that picture, being there are accusations about Tom Hanks now out there that are just not becoming of a person to play Mr. Rogers. We know Mr. Rogers never did anything weird with kids. And Tom Hanks playing that role, being around children, filming that role, it begs the question, really, what's going on with Tom Hanks? Yeah. But anyone who asks those big questions usually, it doesn't go anywhere. It's kind of like watching cowbell. Okay, our link grabber has gone to bed, so we got a little more time just to look at the links he brought in. And thanks, Max. Sleep well, man. Just in the nick of time. Trump will dump Pence, replace with Ivanka. Then after they win, Donald resign. Ivanka will pardon him. You're absolutely right. Ivanka could run. Pence will tucky ducky. He's got a scenario where Trump wins 2020 and Ivanka wins 2024 and Donald Trump Jr. wins 2028, and I know you just want the Trumps to dominate the world because you've done such a good job dividing the nation. Good job. Yeah, he's such a team player. Trump is. Look at how he was kicked out of the recent meeting with world leaders and NATO leaders. It's like he can't win. They don't like him. Nobody likes him. Well, I can't say there's payback. It's an election process which has been rigged by the Russians. If we prosecuted every Republican as being a traitor to the country, which we could, theoretically, because we've known for 3 years now Russia's controlled the election and they still vote for Trump. Trump rigged the election with Russia's help. That's what Mueller said. I don't think we can arrest them, though. They're just acting out of their voting. There's no malicious intent. They're not maliciously trying to be traitors. They're just stupid. The retardicans are just stupid. They don't even understand. You retardicans think the mainstream's lying about Trump all the time. When Trump just embraced all these fake shootings like they were happening. We just proved today in our show that there was evidence of the shooting in New Jersey was talked about in the media a day or 3 days before. How would they know that if it wasn't a fake New Jersey shooting? Yet Donald Trump is right on there like all the Democrats. Oh, it's a terrible crisis, terrible shooting. I wish the president would stand up and say, I'd like to see the evidence. That's all. And in every case, if we see these happens under my watch, we will have the Media Verification Alliance check it out automatically. So the Media Verification Alliance is a plan to actually get people to go to the location, check out, see the bodies, talk about it in social media, and have all of their personal finances in a public trust so that we can verify they're not being bought off. And everybody who donates their time to Media Verification Alliance will be government workers, quasi-workers, will be given a per diem for their car use, and perhaps a motel fee if they have to live or go more than 300 miles away from their hometown to do that job. They bring a video camera, they post on social media, they're given some basic guidelines to follow, but other than that, they're on their own to determine the truth. This eliminates fake news. This keeps the media, mainstream media, in balance too. We don't have any way of monitoring or putting checks and balances on the media right now. Yeah, they would be investigating the Clinton body count. Absolutely. Anybody who wanted to pursue that would be they would have a page posted to the Clinton body count as one of the inquiries. Look at these as amateur inquiries into subjects. And we would encourage people to do research online. This wouldn't be a suppression of evidence. This would be bringing out the free speech that we all needed all the time. I am a living proof of the censorship that's been going on in this country. For the past 11 years, I have multiple times tried to reach out and get exposure, and have been shut down by the mainstream media. I would never designate the NRA as a terrorist organization unless I could open up a full-scale investigation into Maria Butina's involvement. Right now, I think there's suppression of evidence in that case. The NRA had never ever made a comment or a statement publicly about the donations they gave Maria Butina. I don't know how much of the $30 million that Donald Trump got from the NRA 3 years ago was actually from Russian oligarchs. I would guess a lot of it was. And now that the NRA is thinking of going bankrupt, that's a very serious allegation. But it wouldn't be beyond my scope to investigate the money that they got to give Donald Trump $30 million. They had no precedent prior to getting that kind of donations for any other purpose. It must have come from Russian oligarchs. It was a way to funnel money from the Russians into Donald Trump's hands. And ironically, that right after he got the $30 million from the NRA, he wrote a check, $26 million check to the best friend of Melania Trump, her best friend, for planning at the inauguration. 26 million bucks. That just looked a little weird, like Melania was funneling some money on the side through her friend. I'd have to research that train of money and find out where that money went, what she did with it, and then I'd get back to you on that. But I'm pretty sure that Maria Butina is way deeper into this than anyone's ever let on. And she's already being released back into custody. She's actually been sent back to Russia. She's in the process of being deported right now. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry. The thing is, I don't consider CNN objective. They're clearly left-wing. But I don't consider Fox objective either. They're clearly right-wing. I'll play both of them just to show you the perspectives, but bear in mind the real goal of the elitists is to divide us. So pushing us all into the Trump corner or into the Democratic corner is what they do. They want you to hate Trump or they want you to love Trump, one or the other. They don't want any of you to be in the center trying to get along. The elites are playing the divide and conquer rule. It works very well. It's worked throughout history, and we're going to have to think our way around this. I don't think Playboy even exists anymore, Bengalitis. I think they closed their operations. Does Playboy have a magazine anymore? I haven't seen anything out there. An inmate tries to escape from a court in Russia. Okay, I'll play that later. Adding links here. So the trade deal will not be signed until, according to Mitch McConnell, until the impeachment trial is finished in the Senate. But the U.S. and Mexico and Canada have signed a revised trade deal to replace NAFTA. So something has been going forward. Pelosi's working on that instead of coming up with more articles of impeachment. Pelosi's going to rest on the articles of impeachment regarding Ukraine only, not expanding it out regarding Russian collusion or obstruction of justice. People are saying she's making a mistake. I agree. Pelosi needs to expand the impeachment hearing if she wants to stick. I don't know how she expects to turn the minds of senators unless there's something to what she's saying. Nothing she's said so far will change the minds of senators. Once we expose the Russians' funding of Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, then the Republicans might turn their heads. They don't realize that their own people like Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham are getting funding from a Russian oligarch for re-election. I don't think Republicans realize it. I really don't know anything about that. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes, you are welcome. Thanks for the tomato melt.
Oh, good.
That was good. It's like It was like grilled cheese with tomatoes. Pretty good. I went in the other room and I graded a test. A math test. A quiz, actually. But kids actually did better than I thought they would. Probably because some of it was multiple choice. Rather than actually finding out the answer, but not bad for two-step word problems, double-digit two-step word problems in second grade. Yeah. Whew. We just finished up the finished my report cards for last trimester. I'm glad I've got 8 days till winter break, which is good. 8 days till winter break. Yeah, winter break. Exactly. Exactly. I'm looking forward to just sleeping in and hanging out with David and maybe watching doing a couple of streaming a couple shows. Maybe I want to work on finishing up that Node.js tutorial. I suppose I could work on that now, but I want to do that over winter break. I want to load Linux on an old Windows 7, well, old 32-bit machine. I think I want to load Ubuntu on that. Maybe do a dual boot with Ubuntu and Windows 7. I don't know why I need Windows 7. Part of me just wants to do a full Ubuntu machine and forget Windows 7 completely. I could also do Arch Linux, I suppose, but I kind of want it to be an Ubuntu rather than Arch Linux, because that way David could use it and maybe get him into Linux with OBS and things like that. I think I don't see David doing command line stuff. I don't mind command line, but when I start getting into the command line and I was working on this Node.js one, it really opened up my mind, to potential security threats and things like that. But anyway, hello again, welcome back. Oh, sorry, I'm yawning, tired. I don't know, I did wake up in the middle of the night a couple of times last night, and I was like, I should do this. I don't know how many of the things I actually did. Well, I did get quite a few things done. One of them was, I think I will have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. One of the things I did today is I'm really into composting and recycling, as you probably know. And there's some other stuff going on too, but so today before school I was going to start harvesting my compost, but I've decided to leave it over winter break pretty much. Maybe I'll do a little harvesting, but after school I went into this big recycling dumpster that we have, because the city, the people that pick up the recycling dumpster, they will only pick it up if it's totally full, and the people that are doing the recycling, they slide it in through these like slots on the side. They're like, it's too full, I can't push anything in the slots. And I'm like, so I went in the top. I actually opened the lid of the dumpster and crawled in there and pushed the paper back to make more room for people, for them to put in their recycling. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah. Do you have any plans for Christmas or New Year's? Are you going to hang out with me and David? I know some of you are, and that's fine. That's we like doing this show because we know not everyone has people to hang out with, so it's pretty cool. Featured, by the way, if you're over on iVlog, make sure if you want to join the broadcast that you do it underneath the chat room so I can see you. Like New Year's resolutions, I don't really have any promises or resolutions I'm thinking of yet, other than to continue with my, like, maybe, well, one thing I started and I didn't do very well today particularly is I was going to wake up. I have been doing up to this today. I started in the beginning of December was drinking 3 glasses of water first thing in the morning, at least on work days, but I need to drink more water. I feel like I'm pretty set with my teaching career. I don't want to, I've kind of got it nailed in. I really like where I'm at. I really like I got my master's degree, and so I'm making a decent amount of money, and I love where I teach. I love who I teach with. I love the students I teach. I'm so thankful this year. I'm so thankful. I really am. Especially I hear stories from other teachers, even other teachers in my building, and I'm just really thankful that I have the students that I have. So I do put in a lot of work, but it's worth it. Not right now, Bangalitis. What is it about, Bangalitis? Work. W-O-R-K. Oh, Mariah Carey's famous Christmas song. That's pretty cool. Okay, maybe I will. She has quite the voice, that Mariah Carey. Iron Check. What is Iron Chick? Iron Chick? I don't know what you put inside there. Working hard is what I do. Please, Hot Rails. Please spell correctly. I know I can read it because I'm a teacher, but please, you don't have to do that to me. Oh, that is so cool, Pencil Tucky Ducky. Yeah, I remember the good teachers I had too. That's good. Some of the kids' lives, it's just like heart-wrenching, really. And I'm like, man, I wonder they're the way they are because they have tough lives. So once I know their life story, it just kind of makes me go a little bit easier on them. It's not that I don't hold them to high standards still. I do. But it does make me realize that they've got a lot they're overcoming. You had a tiny chemistry teacher, so you called her Mary Molecule. Aw. Anyway, yeah, I was just thinking of my teachers that had a positive influence on me. Isn't that interesting? So you're terrible at math, but you did well in geometry, even though geometry is part of math. I believe in trying to use geometry, or drawings at least, to figure out math. I think tonight, after I talk to you all, I'm gonna go take a shower, wash my hair, and then go to bed. That was one of the things I was thinking when I was up at 4:30 this morning and couldn't sleep. I should take a shower. I'll do it tomorrow night. Yeah, your favorite subjects were history and political science. My favorite subjects were math, reading. I don't remember my favorite subjects in high school were probably math, chemistry. I did enjoy chemistry a lot. I really enjoyed chemistry. My mom says I should probably treat myself to a physics course. I should go back and take a physics course. Maybe I'll take a physics on Khan Academy. But right now I just want to I kind of want to do the coding thing. Yeah, I'm not going to click your link, though. Thank you, though. I guess I could mute myself and mute the audio and then click your link. Oh, I never took physics, but I did take economics, and I didn't mind that. Actually, it was kind of cool. It was kind of obvious is how I felt with economics. Like, why are they teaching this course? It's like simple. Like, supply goes up, demand goes up because supply goes down. Like, yeah. I mean, there was some things in there, but that's pretty much economics in a nutshell. And there was an economics one where they like had us pick stocks and then follow them, and then I remember that. Yeah, in a nutshell. I mean, they didn't really, and maybe like in a nutshell, yeah, my economics, well, I ended up going to 2 different classes on economics, but I learned the most in as far as economics. I took a financial planning class in college, which wasn't on my like list of things to take, but I went to a community college, and in order to go attend full time, I had to take enough credits, and I had finished all the other required credits. So I was like, sure, I'll sign up for this financial planning course. It sounds pretty interesting. Financial course. Anyway, that was it was pretty interesting. As a senior, your school made the guys take a class called Bachelor's Pad to teach basic cooking, laundry, etc. And you're like, this is so, like, you think that it was so stupid? Like, too easy? Like, everybody should know that already? Or why was what was the reason you didn't think it was an easy A? Easy way to get an A? You got an F? Because you refused to participate. Do you do your laundry now, or does somebody else do your laundry for you? Is it a matter of principle, like this shouldn't be a course? Okay, I asked a whole bunch of questions there, but sorry, I should have a lot of time for people to write back, Sarah. Your transcript, mostly A's, a few B's, and one big fat F. Well, I think I already told you guys about my high school senior English class, advanced English class, which was kind of ridiculous. That was ridiculous. At least I did get a Presidential Academic Fitness Award. Actually got 3 of them. I got one in 6th grade, 8th grade, and 12th grade.
I tried mixing a little of that 20-year-old grit in with the pumpkin soup.
Okay.
And, you know, because polenta is kind of like a mix.
It's corn.
It looks very similar, you know. And I was going to give a taste try on this. Let me try it a little bit.
But you want me to try it? Is that why you put it in front of me?
I just want to. I mean, should we use the corn grit with the soup that we have an abundant amount of pumpkin soup?
Why spread something out that you have an abundant amount of?
Because they're both items we need to eat up. You know, 20-year-old corn grit from Winco and the fresh organic pumpkin soup.
I suppose that's okay.
I think it matches. It works together.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm trying to feed 10 people for $1, and I'm working on a recipe, right? I'm going to be making a lasagna this coming up Thursday. It'll be good. I found some literally organic pork sausage today. I bought 2 packages of organic pork sausage. I'm thinking of using it. I've never made a pork sausage lasagna.
Wow.
But organic pork sausage.
Or do you want to save that for your Christmas turkey?
That would be good. I could also look at getting some turkey. They were selling 4 packs of ground turkey today for $20 or $19, and I thought that was kind of expensive. It was about $2.99 a pound.
Yeah.
Excuse me while I have my polenta. Not bad. Could be better with butter, but that would be more calories.
Yeah, grits traditionally are served with butter.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go wash my hair. I really just want to go to sleep. I might take a nap and then I'll wake up after my nap and then take a shower.
Oh yeah, that'll work. Okay, well if that works out, go for it.
Well,
but seriously, you may just want to jump in the shower.
Right now.
I know.
So I might take a nap, and then when I'll wake up, I'll take a shower.
Okay.
Well, like last night, I woke up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I couldn't sleep for an hour.
Oh, really? Okay. Then that's exactly, that'll go with your circadian rhythm. Okay, I got this. Thank you very much.
That,
no, I got
it. I can go rinse it out.
You want it?
Because otherwise the grits get hard, and it's just weird.
And that'd be like forever coming off the plate.
Gosh.
Thank you. Well, I'd give you a back rub, but I'll give you a back rub later.
Or I might do a bath, but then I'd fall asleep in the bath.
Yeah, you know, I would do a shower and then go to bed, and then if you do wake up,
probably do that. Take a shower.
And then put your hair on a nice dry towel and let it dry naturally with the heater on. Because the heater, the space heater will actually dry your hair overnight. It dehydrates everything in the room. Sometimes you have to run a humidifier when you have zone heating because it literally will take every bit of humidity out of your air. Well, you know what I really enjoy about our life here in this world right now? The truth is, we have some of the best entertainment in history. I mean, truly, if you're tuned into Netflix even, you're getting so many different choices of entertaining shows, and I try to figure out why that is. And either all these companies love to make money on the backs of Netflix, and they are truly making money, or maybe somebody's funding a lot of the production because they want us to be completely diverted from thinking, because there's so many good things on TV. Like, how can you even, assemble a thought when you can go watch another episodic TV show into the evening, on into the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and it never, season 4, season 6, whatever. I think there's a whole series I haven't seen called Bloodline or something. But there's always another series you haven't seen. You watch Alfred Hitchcock Presents? That's some oldies but goodies, yeah. I'm sure. So a lot of you are just watching, downloading, video on demand legally with Netflix or Prime or Now Disney has a show for $6.99 per month. Even Larry Sinclair has got fun gay porn to watch. Talk about diversions. Let's go to the Stargate and listen to the words of one Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
All right. Thank you, Larry, for your testimony. And back to the Stargate. Without Larry, we never would have found out what a homosexual Barack Obama is. We'll never get the answer from anyone else. Hair. Beautiful hair, yeah. Today is my hair day. I basically I drove around and my hair just naturally fell in this position. Although this is giving me some grief right here. There we go. Yeah. And one of the other things you see on a lot of these films, and I'm just speaking plainly about the truth today, is you see a lot of people drinking alcohol. Like on the Marvel series, Jessica, whatever the name is, Jessica show, she drinks incessantly. So a lot of molding is going on. People are watching this and going, wow, yeah, I'd like to be cool like Jessica Jones and drink all the time, yeah. And she never hardly eats anything. The whole show, I mean, like, I think it's like, what, 40 or 50 shows, she never eats a single thing, maybe a hamburger. But they want us to drink a lot of booze. And booze is poison. They want us to get sicker and die, liver disease. So they don't want people, in other words. And they talk about cigarette smoke, basically cigarettes are encouraged. And now the Democrats are encouraging cigarette smoking across the nation with their ridiculous banning of vaporized, fruity vaporizers. All they needed to do was pull vitamin E acetate off the market. Problem would have been solved. But oh no, let's ban vaporizers so that they get more tax revenue from the cigarette companies because more people have to smoke cigarettes now. So our government really, really loves us. They don't warn us about the dangers of cell phones next to our head when we're talking, when they're live. That causes brain cancer, according to the director of World Health Organization. Don't do that. Speak with a speakerphone. They don't warn us about that. They allow 0-calorie sweeteners to go in all of our restaurants, which have a link to cancer, and that's serious. Our government literally doesn't care what we watch on TV as long as we're, modeling ourselves after alcoholics and cigarette smokers and cocaine users. So, our government really cares about us, and then talk about violence. Kids killing people left and right in every violent video game. No, not one bit of effort by our government to come up with forcing companies like gaming companies to at least come up with one educational video that helps people learn things. If they're going to make a couple violent video games, they must have an obligation to balance out the kind of rhetoric and brainwashing they're engaged in. Kids just wanting to shoot things doesn't really help them learn anything or advance in life. So what did your kid do all day? Well, he played like PlayStation 4 for at least 7 hours. He took 7 commando units and slaughtered at least 30,000 enemy territory people. So what's he going to do in life? Well, he's going to play a lot of video games, and he could always go to that competition in the Netherlands and where he could earn some serious cash. It's like, so a lot of your kids are training to be video game heroes. There's only 1 or 2 of those in the world. And their eyes are jittering all over the place from spasms in their brain and random synapses going on in pre-stroke conditions. You don't want your kid to be a pre-stroke condition. So the government doesn't warn us about the dangers of looking at an LED screen in bright light all day long. And now they're saying that this type of exposure, your kid's looking at tablets all day long, could cause macular degeneration at the age of 50. They don't tell you that you should be wearing protective eyeglasses in order to look at monitors. They really care about you, yeah. They don't talk about the dangers of smart screen TVs and how they're watching you, even if you cover the camera. The government doesn't tell you that either. Yeah. Or that Connect listens to you 24/7 even though you have the system off. That's written in the fine print. Yeah, they don't tell you about the chemicals being dumped on your head. Our government doesn't. The chemtrails. Yeah, the truth about chemtrails. We've got a country filled with the two parties who have no concern about humanity. They just care about getting reelected. I would rather fashion a nice little biodome here for all of you to live in. It'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I'll be able to see they live with the glasses on, right? That's a great show where you see the truth past the programming. But this is my ideal of a perfect place to live, nestled in the woods, a completely impenetrable glass dome. I didn't tell you that the glass is not really glass, it's carbide, something that hasn't been discovered and won't be for another 50 years. Carbide, yeah. Have you ever read the Diamond Age? Well, there's no such thing as carbide now, but they predict that we'll be able to actually create nano fibers of carbon that will resemble diamonds, and that they'll be able to create a diamond force field or barrier around veritable living environments, which will be impenetrable from anyone. Even alien forces won't be able to burst the inner dome of your inner sanctum where you live your life. Isn't this great? Nuclear radiation won't even affect it. You won't have to live underground. You'll be living above ground, looking around you as the wasteland continues to, take place. A guy jumps border fence. Let's take a look. This live leak waiting for us to take a look. I was looking for these live leaks earlier. Let me get them into the show. Let me leave your inner sanctum for a moment as we head into the outer limits. We're jumping the fence right there. Whoa. Look at this. All they did was create a metal or maybe a rope ladder, and all they did was flip something over the edge. So it somehow caught on the other side and it formed a cinch. Unbelievable. Ándale. Abajo. Amazing. Ándale, let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, that was fun. Let's get ready to rumble.
You're listening to virtual interactive chat like you've never heard before. We are discussing issues from both sides of the political spectrum every night. Join us as we take on the two-party system.
All right, so what are we looking at here? Impeachment in the House for sure. Yep. But I don't think I'm going to say this. I don't think that Nancy Pelosi made a good decision today, because it's going to be ever so hard to carry the load into the Senate with just 2 charges. He needed like 4 or 5 counts of impeachment. He deserves it. So there's something very wrong with that. Yeah. Welcome to the police state. Your biodome is useless. We are controlled. Cyber technology will destroy everyone below you. 27 counts, yeah. There should be 27 counts of impeachment against him. Absolutely. Its time has come. Impeachment has arrived. I'm 95% sure that it'll pass the House. They have the ability. They found impeachment offenses, misuse of power, cheating in the election. I'm not sure if that'll even be added. But these are the two major criteria. So if they can pull this off, it'll be a miracle. Yeah, I feel like Nancy Pelosi is doing her second layer of holding back. First, she tried to stop the thing from happening, and then she decided that somehow she was supposed to get behind it because people on the far left were supporting impeachment. Even my local representative, who's usually pretty moderate, was supporting impeachment. So Nancy went, oh, well, okay, I guess we better do it. And then it's the final decision. And now she's going along with it. And then she pulls the rug out from under it right before it's delivered for final vote. Now, I'm sure that Adam Schiff would probably be willing to go the distance, but even he's not willing to do that. And the only thing that makes sense is why she's doing this, that I've been thinking about, is the possibility that she's trying to avoid anyone looking into the money that they get for re-election. Because remember, Nancy Pelosi has got $120 million being a representative. How is that possible? Unless she was cheating or insider trading or something. She doesn't want anyone to look at the Russian money, the money that Hillary Clinton got to do the uranium deal. She doesn't want to look into the Ukrainian money that even Joe Biden got from Burisma to get reelected, or to get elected in 2016. He got money from Burisma, $800,000. She doesn't want anyone to look into those things. So it's kind of like they're pulling back on the Russian collusion thing, hoping the Republicans won't pursue them. But they don't realize the Republicans are going to go full bore after Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and they're probably going to try to force Adam Schiff onto the stand in the Senate, even though it's never happened before. A chairman's never been called to testify in any impeachment hearing. And the Republicans are going to definitely be pushing forward with all the reveals about Strzok and the FBI, and the most recent hearing about Carter Page. That was a loss for the Republicans, by the way, because the FBI did follow the original FISA decree properly when they opened the door, trying to explain to Carter Page that Russia was recruiting them. And Carter Page didn't listen to the FBI. He went ahead and met Russians anyway. So all of that is kind of leading us in the right direction, but don't have the full force of at least 4 or 5 articles of impeachment, which is foolish for Nancy to pull the plug right now. We're in the right now. The guys they've done the necessary work with the 29 indictments against all of Trump's early staff that now he disavows. Of course he disavows them. He's throwing them all under the bus. Yeah, everyone from Michael Cohen to Paul Manafort, who he claims he stands up for. He'll probably give him a pardon shortly. I'm surprised he hasn't already. But, yeah. Paul Manafort, there's still a can of worms there. The second trial would have been enough to fulfill all of our interest in Donald Trump's business alliances with Russia. We would have known much more. But now even, get this, Ruth Bader Ginsburg is holding a federal court order for Donald Trump's IRS forms to be revealed to Congress. She's holding it back. A Democrat who's on her last leg in life is holding back the most important piece of legal history and the most important thing germane to this entire corruption case, his tax returns. She's holding that back and fulfilling his wishes to not reveal his tax returns when he openly said, "I'll gladly show you all of my tax returns, no problem." David, Chris Hansen getting censors on his show on YouTube too? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt they put Chris Hansen out there to try to pull views from me. Oh yeah. They know that I have this show, and they know they can get Chris Hansen a guaranteed, 1 million person audience, and they completely shut me down. Yeah, sure. Well, that's okay. I mean, I can pretend to be, Chris Hansen, I suppose. Impersonations are totally legal. But he looks so old, and he's, 2-3 years younger than me? It's just, I don't understand what the deal is with that guy. There he is, Chris Hansen. He's revived his YouTube show. I'm standing here looking at the chat logs of our recent conversation, David, and I must say you're looking a little old, and I'm not happy about it. I've talked to my staff and the perverted justice people. You're definitely not 16. Anyway, poor guy, facing charges and all that. God, that must have hurt him. And then the National Enquirer watching him cheat on his wife through lenses outside his motel room, 3:30 in the morning. He's been through the ringer. Let's give Chris Hansen a pass. What do you say? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what kind of person he is now. Remember that person on YouTube that was, I'm not going to even mention his name, but he was exposing Pizzagate, and somebody got to him. He's a newscaster. They shut him down completely, and now he's doing cryptocurrency. It's like, what? He's like doing an infomercial for cryptocurrency. He went from exposing Pizzagate to a cryptocurrency. I'll show you who I'm talking about. Might as well. I've got nothing else to do. 9 o'clock. We're heading into the stretch here. 1 hour. Well, we have an ample amount of time to talk about things, that's for sure. All you have to do is chat in the room, and I'll respond in real time to your chat statement. The elitists finally took out, yeah, wouldn't doubt it. Right. Well, there's a lot to talk about, referring the truth about the secret societies and the child abductions that are going on. The truth is, there are 55,000 kids in America missing every year. And there's no evidence of them being alive. That's a serious allegation. We can't possibly ignore that. His name is Ben Swan. Listen to his earlier pitch. I'll play a little of it.
It became a major story weeks ago when an armed man decided to investigate a D.C. area pizza place for himself. This man right here, he carried a rifle into a pizza parlor and then fired it at the floor.
So how did a D.C. pizza parlor get pulled into the story? Well, again, read any mainstream report, and they indicate that Comet Ping Pong Pizza was somehow linked to this fake story and has no relation to anyone involved. But
now he went in, he dug deeper. And then he brought all this stuff about Podesta.
Is that boy lover image?
He brought up the fact that there's all these connections to pizza stores across the country of this pedophile symbol. He started discussing this in great detail. This symbol that was released by the FBI of pedophile activity. He alerted people to the truth, and then all of a sudden his show was shut down. He went into like a temporary sabbatical, took some time away, and then came back talking about cryptocurrency. It was the weirdest thing. But it's how people are reeled in. He's a newscaster. And that's how they're reeled in. Anybody talking about that, it's a career ender. So I don't have any of those ties connecting me to big corporations. I can talk about those things. But now I'm running the risk of having a YouTube channel shut down with a strike against me for simply putting a picture out there of an alternative view of a foreign event that happened over in the UK. And all I did was put a picture showing a man who allegedly was shot getting right back up. And it basically cost me a strike on my account. And all it was a little truth-telling, a little bit of reveal. It was a little too much to the mainstream media to take. If you're going against the mainstream narrative, if you should put any proof of it out there, it's a strike against your account. They want that video down. They don't want anyone seeing evidence to the contrary of the mainstream narrative. I can talk about it, but I can't show you proof. That's an important difference right there. Benedict leads the Holy See. Francis leads the Vatican. Queen still controls the USA. Yeah, what is the Holy See that Benedict is leading? Because Benedict looks to me like he's drinking adrenochrome to stay alive. Yeah, it's just weird. Pope apologizes for evil of child sex abuse. That was his big statement. He apologizes for the evil of the child sex abuse, but Benedict seems like a character that the Pope Francis doesn't want to deal with, so he's just kind of locked him in a corner and given him, just thrown him a bone or two. I don't see how he has wield any power. Benedict seems nullified. And I've never known the Catholic Church to have two popes. This is the first in history. Because a pope is made pope for life. You can't rescind that. You can't take away his popedom. It's a permanent position. Unless he's completely ostracized by the church and exiled, which they didn't do. So according to the Church of the Catholic Church, there are two representatives of Jesus Christ living among us now. If Chris Hansen said any government name from any state, they censored him, they take the video down from YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, the fact is, we're more than willing to talk about Common Pizza on our show. We can even bring up Podesta on our show. There's a lot of truth-telling there that never got revealed because they have outlawed words in a country that claims to have free speech. Reddit and Twitter will both kick your account down if you mention the word #Pizzagate. They've diagrammed it as fake news automatically, and that's basically what he originally said, Ben Swan said, but then he went deeper into it and he revealed connections to dark sides of our government, that allegations, and it pretty much cost him his, they put a stop on his career and said, no, we'll allow you to do this. I am on the road. People are traveling across the country right now with me on the road. I'm in tablets, traveling in buses. I'm traveling in trains right now. I'm in an airport in Duluth, Minnesota. Hi, Peter, is that it? How are you? So people are watching me. How did I know you were here? Yeah, I know. A lot of people just watch our show too. They just tune in and look at the show and watch what we talk about. So I have an obligation to actually talk about something. Okay, I've got things I want to discuss in this hour of power, of digital power. The hour of digital power. Thank you. All right, Kentucky Governor Bashar to restore voting rights to over 100,000 former felons. We're waiting. Any day now. NBC News. There's always slow. NBC News always takes time. We got plenty of time. Little fruit enzyme time here. All right. This is ridiculous.
See, we have a chance right here and right now to get this right when so many are getting it so wrong. My faith teaches me to treat others with dignity and respect. My faith also teaches me forgiveness. That's why on Thursday I will sign an executive order restoring voting rights to over 100,000 men. to over 100,000 men and women who have done wrong in the past but are doing right now. They deserve to participate in our great democracy. By taking this step, by restoring these voting rights, we declare that everyone counts in Kentucky. We all matter.
He is cross-eyed though, right? I believe he is. Yes, he is.
Dignity.
Well, anyway, he's got dignity, and he's given 100,000 former felons dignity. So, hey, get them back into the swing of things. Yeah, absolutely. They did their time. I hear you. On a state level, I'm fine with that. The Democrats want to give illegal aliens voting rights. Of course we would give U.S. citizens who've served their time voting rights in the state of their choice. Kiefer, boy, that never works anymore. Yeah. Everyone knows now that you're typing in message censored by Mark. Okay? Yeah, we know that's what you typed. Yeah, we figured you guys out. You think this is funny. This is a big joke. Well, it's not a joke to me, sir. His parents were probably moonshine addicts. That's funny, chat room celebrity. Yeah, everything everything Trump Tardo says and Kiefer Boy is not coming in. Message alert. You're watching people either pretending like their message is censored and it's funny to them, or they really are being censored. We now pronounce you governor and governor. Okay, Kentucky is down for giving prisoners the right to vote. Well, I think a lot of people in America want to give criminals the right to run for president. So, hey, you Republicans, you got a real live one here. He paid $2 million in court-ordered judgment for misusing his charity. Trump just had to totally pay out of pocket just to cover his legal ass as he was found cheating. And you people think, oh, he would never do anything wrong. Oh, no. How dare you? I know what you guys, you just give him a write-off on everything, you Republicans. You're so incredibly naive to believe Donald Trump that you're probably all marks for con artists wherever you go. Oh, honey, I met a nice man at the airport. He was selling me jewelry, and I bought this Rolex watch.
This is all wrong.
No.
I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean.
Democrats' impeachment charade, that continues to move forward. As we mentioned earlier, Democrats are now planning on announcing 2 articles of impeachment tomorrow. With reaction, Fox News contributors Ari Fleischer, Dan Bongino, Sarah Carter, and Sarah Carter and Dan Bongino. Well, it's in the prompter. I'm just reading the stupid thing, which I never like to read anyway.
It's okay. Sarah, I don't mind being Ari.
Let's go, Sarah. Okay. So from the very...
I had some sort of a leech from the Republicans supporting Donald Trump, laughing like Donald Trump would never do anything wrong. It's just so pathetic to see these people laugh in the face of overwhelming evidence of Trump's corruption. Photo shows Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein at Prince Andrew's party. Party hardy, dude! You can only imagine the poor children at that party. Or innocent single women. Oh my God. Oh my God, they got the power. Yeah, nobody can even prosecute. Nobody was ever prosecuted here. Yeah, Harvey Weinstein's still fighting his court case. No prosecution yet. Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted, but he died, and then they covered up his death. Now he's alive. And Ghislaine Maxwell's never been charged with anything. Major sky activity over Long Beach, December 10th, 2019. Let's take a look. This video was taken today.
John in Los Angeles. It's December 10th, 2019. About 3:45 the afternoon. Take a look at this sky over Long Beach, guys. Look at this. Everything was put here today.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Unbelievable.
They're whipping up some madness. Look at that out there.
Yeah.
Nothing here is clouds. I say that over and over again. Our sun is muted out, of course. How rare. Just look at this. Unbelievable. And I see those helicopters that just sit over the top, don't go anywhere, just watching. And I wonder what's in the stupid cockpit, what they're talking about. Because they should be talking about this war zone that they're sitting in the middle of. Look at this turd ball. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
Natural, huh?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I don't know, man. Somebody's got to tell some truth here.
Yeah.
This is just going on and nobody's questioning this, but I sure am. Look at that.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's weird.
Wow, man.
It's like a slurry.
It does something to you.
I know.
It really does. I know a lot of you know the feeling, too.
Yeah.
All right, take care, guys.
Yeah, well, dude, you need to move to, I think this guy needs to move to Vegas. Less chemtrails over Vegas. Chemtrails over Vegas makes me greedy. I was going to say horny, but no, it doesn't make me horny. Chemtrails. You see the skies above Vegas. Look at that. Nice residential community down here. I don't see any chemtrails. See, it's just no chemtrails. Ooh, sun. There's a lot of sun out in Vegas. But I don't know about chemtrails. So yeah, I'd beeline, if I were living out there in chemtrail land, I'd beeline to Vegas. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, you can go anywhere you want. Vegas has got some affordable property too. And you know, the best part about Vegas is you can go from casino to casino and have fun for free. Pretty much. Yeah, all you have to do is carry $1 and play the penny slots. I don't think there are penny slots anymore. I think they're nickel slots now. But whatever. You get free drinks, albeit watered down, but you might get a hint of vodka in there if you're, Anyway. In retirement years, some people are thinking about what to do. The young snowflakes they blame us all for the terrible things in the world, so they don't care about us. Let's start caring about ourselves, okay?
For hope. How dare you?
Okay.
You have stolen my dreams.
Well, what about my dreams? What about my dreams of living a peaceful life? Yeah. There's a lot of holes out there in the desert, exactly. And what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas on videotape. Always remember that they've always got a copy of it. So less likely to have any major problems. I mean, even the CCTV footage was somewhat valuable in the Mandalay Bay incident. We didn't see a lot, but we saw Stephen Paddock carrying large luggage racks up. But whether there were guns in there, we never really found that out. The busboy was pushing it with his finger like this. So they wanted us to believe it was 500 pounds of guns. Sure. When you were 22, they served free alcohol. Yeah. Well, I've talked to some people recently, and they water the drinks down pretty heavy, but you can still get free drinks. But you got to sit there and play, nickel keno or something. Because if you're going there with 20s and 50s and 60s, you'll say goodbye to those. Yeah. And don't put your paycheck on the roulette wheel, whatever you do. But there's still really good values. If you've never been to Vegas, it's got most cities beat for entertainment. I haven't been there recently, but you can meet the Yanomami tribal people. They're out there on the crossover, handing out free tickets to strip clubs, and they hold them out like they flash them in your face. It's a terrible sight, really. I mean, these Brazilian people they're all like 4 feet tall, and they've been displaced to Vegas. And they used to be in the Brazilian rainforest and have brilliant lives, but now they're in Vegas pushing strip clubs. And that's the only job they can get. It's like they only get a commission on any one ticket that's turned in. And they hope that if somebody does go to the strip club, they get their money back. It's unbelievable. You can go to the green door, they call it, which is a club where you are the entertainment, whatever that means. I wouldn't go in that door, but it's called the green door. You have to play a lot. They used to serve you if you were a slot machine for like 5 minutes, but now you got to play for like an hour or two. They'll walk by you until you've met the minimum play for a drink. Well, there's a lot of ways you can get free rewards cards at every single casino. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked from the truth. How dare you? You're looking for a comfortable life in a city that, is temperate, good for the lungs when you get older. A lot of you are reaching the age where you're thinking, well, when I'm 50 or 60 or 70, I don't want to be living in some cold, hellish hellhole. Freezing your ass off. Uncle Lester wants his money back, yeah. So let's go to Las Vegas on my little tour tonight on Truth Tuesday. I'm just taking a little time away from the mundane world of the news. I want to find out what I can find for under $50,000. And I want to see at least 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Done. Let's take a look. 67 results? You got to be kidding me. Look at this. Under $50,000, 67 results. Isn't it amazing? 1 bed, 2 bedrooms, 2 bath, foreclosures. I don't know. A lot of these are just start bidding at, $25,000. But there's a lot of properties. You'd be surprised. But nothing really for sale per se at $50,000. You usually see a price tag out there. Yeah, I don't think you're going to find anything. Yeah, you're just going to find a lot of foreclosures. There's something. Ding, 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 ding. $22,000. We've got a winner. This beautiful mobile home, $22,500, 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 1,152 beautiful spacious square feet. Look at that. This is a special place to live. Nice, spacious. Need a bigger picture here. Pictures are small, but it's decent. $22,000. You have to pay the mobile home park? Yeah, it's a space. So you need, well, no, contact agent, no thanks. Love this home. 2 beds, outdoor storage sheds, dog, cooling, price per square feet, $20, home value, Vegas. Price history, tax assessment, about $1,000 a year. Monthly cost, $121. No, these spaces are for sale, dude. Yeah, there's not like a mobile home fee. There's no HOA fee either. Whoa, they did that in Vegas. They sold mobile home spots in Vegas. I remember when they did that. Yeah. This is nice. Yeah, you could, for $22,000, live in Vegas.
In my childhood, with your empty words.
You can move to Vegas, Greta, and have your own show. Call it the I'm Sorry for Myself show. It's the Greta Thunberg She's So Sorry for Herself show, and she could be like a stage act. How dare you put me on stage like this and charge me? And I want to show you, I want everyone to know we can stop using fossil fuel. She could just be screaming. Be a great act. I know. Think of how much money that would save. Just in lieu of all the free advertising she's had all these years. If that is the case, then 22 grand and that home is a really good deal. Trump Tardo, yeah. Do you want the link? Some people want the link in the show. Sometimes I score big time. And other times they don't want the link. Well, if you don't want the link, then don't worry about it. It's not that free trailer. That's a mobile home that's 22 grand and just the value of the mobile home. There's areas in Vegas you can own the spot. And a lot of the mobile home parks have been converted to like, you might as well call them tiny home villages now. Let's be clear. Now, what are you looking at? 150 degree weather. Here's a $42,900 deal. 112 degree weather is not fun. No. I'm just being honest. How dare you be honest? How dare you? Well, no, I'm not talking about dumpster living. I'm trying to give you guys a practical sense of the future. Because when you reach retirement age and you don't have a place to live that's affordable, you're screwed. You might as well move in on the street and live in a tent down by the river, eating government cheese. Now, I'm serious. It'll be like Chris Farley before he speedballed and died. You're not going to live a long life, whereas I've known people that lived into their 70s and 80s in mobile homes like this. Just like this, I had an uncle and an aunt that lived in a mobile home like this in California. It was nice. They have the community pool. Yeah. Well, it's air conditioned in here. They usually have swamp coolers in these things. And you're within a little bus ride to the casinos where you can sip free drinks. How could you not want to do this? If for $42,900, that's nice. Just like the mobile home my uncle and aunt had. Look at that. Nice Tudor interior, big open format, shag, tight cut, little eating area around the center aisle. Lovely garden bathtub. Nice marble countertop. Look at that. Decent. And I like the wood grain. I love the contrast. This is a nice place, and they actually have standards in these mobile homes that are better than the houses in Vegas. Mobile home construction actually is higher in Vegas than it is in the stick frame business in Vegas. They sometimes don't even put any insulation in the stick frames. I'm serious. You buy an old stick frame for a similar price, you wouldn't be happy. So there you go, $42,900. It's possible to live out there, and you're right near the strip too. Yeah, the reason why I'm promoting Vegas is people aren't living there, and it's people have to think about making a life for themselves in a better place. Well, yeah, what tornado is going to hit Vegas? Come on, there's no tornadoes in Vegas. Yeah, I think you're off your rocker there, buddy. By the time the tornado gets to the desert, it's like, man, nothing going on here. It burns right out. Dust storms, though, can definitely be a problem. Oh, yeah. Don't kid yourself. Dust storms could be a big problem in that area. You've got to be prepared for that. You can't just accept things the way they are. And sometimes chemtrails are used.
Mm-hmm. In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. The wind blows them around. They glow either on their own or from scattered sunlight.
But they have very few chemtrails in Vegas. Remember, that's why I started the show? Talking about what a nice place Vegas would be, less chemtrails. Yeah, I wanted to have a little continuity here. This used to be called Tangential Tuesdays. But we changed the name to Truth Tuesdays because it was so, focused on what's really happening. Okay, so I'm going to do a little research online right now for all of you to look at. I want to find out the number of people that have died in the California fires. Death toll in California fires by year. I'm concerned that we've had, look at the link, 3 tornadoes confirmed in Arizona, right near Vegas. We have evidence of possible tornado action in Vegas. In Metro Phoenix had a tornado. Yeah, I would not doubt it. 3 tornadoes touched down in Metro Phoenix earlier Friday morning. I can tell you that even given one in Phoenix is pretty rare. Getting one from this type of weather system is not too common. The first tornado occurred around 4 a.m. in the Gilbert area of Williamsfield Road. The second confirmed tornado occurred about the same time in Queen Creek area, while the third occurred in Paradise Valley area. Although they were estimated to be weak tornadoes, the agency said each caused damage ranging from downed trees and power poles to damaged roofs. Whoa. So mild tornadoes. Thank you for sidetracking me. Okay, now death tolls in California by a year. On November 8th, 88 civilians were killed by the Camp Fire, while 3 firefighters were injured. The fire also destroyed 10,000 structures. Okay, 88 done in 2018. 88 dead. Okay. The one in Malibu was 97 fatalities and 6 firefighters killed. That was also the same year in 2018. So 185 people so far in just 2018. Wow. Okay, I'm getting it. The Woolsey fire that was the Woolsey fire near Malibu. Okay. I'm wondering the Paradise fire, what was the death toll there? I'm thinking about 300 official. Paradise fire had 85 dead. So up to 190 or 290. Just like I guessed, between the Woolsey and the Malibu fire and the Paradise fire. I haven't even included Camp Fire. Recent one. That was 85. I think I already added that. Okay. Like I said, about 300 deaths. Not one arsonist was arrested. Doesn't that seem strange to you? I wanted to address this because it seems odd to me that this would be going on. I'm going to play a video for you tonight from my library talking about those fires. So I'm of the belief that directed energy weapons may have been used. And I've got this one video that's shocking. I started the show off with it. It's from a Fox News broadcast. And they act flippant about the whole thing like it really was directed energy weapons used to kill people. Like it was nothing.
Lasers sound like the stuff of science fiction, right? Sound completely unbelievable. How could our military possibly be using those in future warfare? Guess what? We've just had a recent breakthrough, more great test results that are making lasers a reality.
Okay. Kiefer Boy has been removed from the show due to scat. You got more on the Jersey shooting. And Chatroom Celebrity's got a YouTube video I want to check out on a dystopian Orwellian society we live in here. Yeah, okay.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jess.
I'll play that dystopian Fox News thing for you in just a bit. Yeah, the control of the media, it's going on everywhere. People are too dumb watching anal porn to watch that. Exactly. Yeah, it was harsh. And we'll be seeing more of that woman. But I've got even more stuff here. Let's take a look. Yes, visible proof of lasers. Oh no. There it is.
Oh, fuck! Yeah, there's hella fucking cars over there, dude.
Hey folks, welcome to another video from plaintruth.info. Here's more proof positive. Blue laser lights, which people are reporting. We've got now at least 3 separate cell phone smart cameras identifying blue lasers on video, one from a helicopter and two from handheld cameras, as you can see right here.
All right, there you go. Blue lasers descending from the sky. I'm showing it to you in real time so you guys can see the truth. We're not shielding the truth from any of you on this show. I hope you realize that. Yeah, and these two videos are enough to convince me that, and the fact that the government has not found one single arsonist, convinced me that something weird is going on. Then I look at all the photographs you'll see in these videos of cars that are melted to the ground. Temperatures over 3,000 degrees melt refrigerators and washing machines and alloy wheels, and all it's melted. Now, a house fire is normally about 1,300 degrees. That's why most fire safes you'll see are rated for 1,500 degrees. Nothing is rated for 3,000 degrees. There's not a single fire safe that I know of that's rated for 3,000 degrees. If they're coming in at 8,000 degrees, that's even worse. But the taillights are intact because microwaves won't melt plastic. Isn't that weird? It doesn't have a molecular base that can be melted. Just like when you put Tupperware or plasticware in your microwave and you boil water in it, the plastic doesn't seem to be affected that much. Who knows, you may be getting plastic waste in your water. I don't know, but yeah. So garbage cans are left perfectly fine, and all the houses are burnt to a crisp with the washing machines melted to the metal. It's just liquid metal. So the very fact that the government has not found a single arsonist to cause over 300 deaths in the past year, over 300 fires in a 25-hour period recently, 24-hour period, 300 fires were ignited. You got to wonder, no oversight by the fire department, no leadership in this area, no oversight at any level to see who did what, why it happened. PG&E claiming it was a couple sparks from wiring, and then they shut all the wiring down, and then they still had fires all across the state of California. You got to think that this is definitely a planned elimination of the area, property takeover, huge property takeover move. That's all you can assume. They need that property for some reason, so they're getting rid of the people. Instead of using legal means like eminent domain, they simply burn them to a crisp and buy their houses for pennies on the dollar, or whatever's left of their houses. Pretty weird, huh? Okay, I've got a couple more live leaks for you. I just thought I'd bring that up because that was something I wanted to talk about in our Truth Tuesday today. Okay, this is a escape from a Russian jail. Let's take a look.
Слушай, я... Слышишь, что говорю? Я слышу.
Что? Я держу. Да, звоните.
На кнопку нажмите, блядь.
Блядь, нажмите на кнопку.
Нажмите на... Куда ты жмешь? Где ты?
Нажмите.
Прости, мой член.
Держите.
Нахуя? Не знаю, где я должен остаться?
Нас тут чекают.
Я должен дать ногу.
Вы куда? Чего? Саня! Лезьте туда!
Так, опускай.
Давай,
помогите! Помогите мне! Помогите мне!
Сейчас поможем.
Помогите мне! Дайте мне руку! Дайте руку! Дайте руку! Дайте мне руку!
Пускайся, говорю. Нажми, блядь.
Куда нажать? Дайте руку.
Сейчас, я тебе дам руку.
Отвечаешь?
Да.
Блядь, на меня короче.
Спустись, блядь.
Куда?
Ко мне, блядь.
А, все.
Сука,
Все, я спускаюсь.
Я тебе дам сейчас
Я
руку.
спускаюсь. Быстро, блядь. Долбоёб, блядь. Быстро слезь.
Одевайте ему нахер наручники.
Наручники.
Сейчас.
За что? А где он залазил?
Да он сверху прыгает через это.
Ты чё, я...
Okay, yeah, I think I've seen enough. You want to finish it off? They're dangling there. You can only imagine what's happening next. I don't really know if I want to watch this. It's too in my face, you know. Yeah. I'd rather talk about the Russians taking over the election. I don't know what the backstory is. We get these live leaks, and I cannot read Russian, so I'm unable to read the backstory. The Russian police are now going to beat him.
Дурак, открывайте, зайдите в клетку, блядь. Потом опять здесь, держите, вот здесь. Все.
Башка, давай быстро слази.
Прыгай.
Того, убежите пока.
Прыгай.
Иди сюда. Все. Поди сюда, одевай штаны. Штаны одевай. Куда летишь? Так. Камеру выключайте. Если, блядь, съемки.
He's laughing. He thinks it's funny. Okay, I guess that would be an automatic, a court cage. I guess that would be an automatic charge of escaping, trying to escape. It'd be added to his sentence. But if he works really hard at his prison stay, he'll be able to get out, and he still will be able to vote in his local precinct. Yes, thanks to the Democrats.
And yet, I'm one of the lucky ones.
You are one of the lucky ones. You should be very thankful that you had all of your entire free press given to you across the globe. I haven't had 1 second of press in 11 years, and you had 50 hours of press, Greta. You should be one of the lucky ones. Yes, not very big. Field with steroids? Okay. Man climbing over new border fence. We talked about that. That was pretty funny. I think we're good there. Crimes by illegal immigrants widespread across the USA. Sanctuaries shouldn't shield them. I agree. But Donald Trump shouldn't be committing crimes against innocent people in incarcerated encampments formed by FEMA. We shouldn't be looking at Gestapo-like techniques across the country. Now, we got a couple of videos we'll start out with tonight in 15 minutes. Scissor Fight found evidence of postings of this recent New Jersey story as far back as December 6th and December 9th. So how are they posting a story before it happens? Unless it was a fake shooting, a false flag event. That'll be shown. Also, the same area in New Jersey, the same day last year, had a full-on SWAT alert, civil defense drill. So, we'll show you parts of that too. Nice, huh? Very special. And we'll show you one more instance of the Las Vegas shooting Photoshop cover-up tonight as well. Shows the Mandalay Bay event had a doctored photograph in it that reached the public, which makes you wonder, well, if that's doctored, well, how much of it's doctored? All right. That's done deal. Rick Gates is going to get probation for the first guy to speak out and get Paul Manafort and others Roger Stone arrested. Got a video tonight from Bella Thorne, a full YouTube video, 25 minutes. A woman who claims she was prostituted. She was raped, molested as a child before she became famous, and she's coming out talking about her role as a Disney character. That's in the lineup tonight. That should be really good. All right. And Ashley, I'd like to know more about Joe, so if you got news about Joe Biden, that'd be great. I'm still waiting to find out the film she made with her dad, because he said that he told his 13-year-old how horny Biden felt around a 13-year-old, and then he asked Ashley about the film I made. So Ashley, if you could present the film on YouTube, that'd be great. We'd all like to see the film you made with your dad. She shoots porn now, and that's not a respectable career. Okay, so she can't talk about her Disney life and how she was a child prostitute. Oh, okay, so her entire traumatic event has to be erased because she's a porn star now? Excuse me? I'm sorry, but just because a person's a porn star doesn't mean they can't talk about their trauma as a child. I mean, my goodness. It's like saying Stormy Daniels shouldn't be allowed to talk about being, spewed on by Donald Trump because she's a porn star and that happens all the time. I mean, that argument doesn't fly, Tekwala. The 1970 trailer for Colossus, The Forbidden Project. A synopsis: a computer program becomes sentient and enslaves mankind. Eric for good. What do you got? It looks good. I'll add that to the lineup tonight. Thank you. The trailer for Colossus. All right. Sad news for a sitcom actor named Philip McKeon. If you haven't heard of this guy, he was the son in a popular CBS show called Alice. He's passed away at the young age of 55. Philip McKeon died Tuesday morning in Texas following a long illness. Wow. We are all beyond heartbroken and devastated over Phil's passing. His wonderful sense of humor, kindness, and loyalty will be remembered by all who cross his path in life. The elder brother of Facts of Life actress Nancy McKeon, he was known for his portrayal of Tommy Hyatt on Alice, playing opposite Linda Lavin. Following his role in the sitcom, he worked at Los Angeles radio station KFWB. Philip is survived by Nancy and his mother, Barbara. Too young, 55 years old. Wow. Bummer. Okay, McConnell's going to hold up the trade talks until the impeachment trial is ramrodded through us. I'm sorry to say that Pelosi's not carrying more than 2 articles of impeachment, but it may be enough. But it would have been better if she had assembled a full case. Pelosi looks like she's completely given in to the New World Order and wants Trump to stay in power. Because only a fool would just drop 2 charges when there could be 5 against Donald Trump, 5 articles of impeachment. But they're only going with 2. And of course, the White House denies it as baseless and partisan effort, framing it as a witch hunt. So Donald Trump will go down in history as the only person to use the simple defense that he's being investigated as a reason to free him from or exonerate him. According to Trump, he's not guilty because he's being investigated. Hard to believe, huh? Okay. The Pensacola shootings turned out to be rhetoric against Saudi military students, painting it out to be an anti-Saudi Arabian move. And Trump had a rally in Pennsylvania among a bunch of WWE supporters. And I guess they're looking for their good deals on their next WWE event. Yeah, hopefully the WWE and Donald Trump will merge in the 2020 election to become the slam-down event that only he could envision. Meanwhile, our country languishes with the lack of creativity that Trump and his administration represents. And Trump stresses Saudi Arabia's response to naval base attack as Florida Republicans take a harsher tone. Well, now Trump is standing against Prince MBS when he was standing for him before. I mean, see how quick Trump is flipping? He's willing to flip at a moment's notice. There's no evidence that Prince MBS had anything to do with Khashoggi's death. There's no direct links whatsoever. How can he even jump and go into that area? It's just absurd. He's pandering to the Republicans who are pissed that he left Syria and the Kurds. So he's catering to the Republicans that are soft on the Saudi Arabian issue. Whatever. I don't think Khashoggi is even dead. There was no evidence of his, truthful evidence of his body in that suitcase of chopped body parts. No DNA confirmations whatsoever. Now Barr is attacking the FBI as usual, claiming they've acted in bad faith in probing Trump's campaign links to Russia. No, William Barr, that's what they're supposed to do. That's the job of the FBI, to determine national security risks within the nation. This guy needs to recuse himself. He's got people in ties to Jeffrey Epstein, William Barr does. And it seems he's tied to some agency of Russian oligarchs as well. William Barr was instrumental in preventing us from knowing right away that Michael Flynn was working for Russia. Had he been allowed to or listened to William Barr's statements, we would still have Michael Flynn as a Russian agent working as our national security advisor. This guy needs to get completely impeached or recuse himself. Hey, this is good news. Federal marijuana legalization is a lock, but how and when? Well, with Trump, never. Yeah, this is a hopeful thinking. Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those hopeful articles. Bottom line is they're not going to be able to do anything until they get a president who's willing to accept legalization across the board, and I will do that. Russia owns the U.S., Mr. David, because we can't prosecute the Trump-tards. Absolutely. I don't disagree with you at all. Trump-tardo says, after watching you for a while, David, I realized that due to your persistence and longevity, you actually do stand a chance. Wow. Like a breath of fresh air, finally. Even Republicans are beginning to see some benefits in this third party. Thank you. Well, we're not going to take your rights to bear arms away from you. No gun control will be discussed. It's totally off the table. Unlike Pence, I would not push an agenda of pro-life, but I'm willing to discuss first trimester rules nationwide, which John Kasich implemented in Ohio after I first mentioned this idea. I was the first person on record to talk about first trimester laws. But that's a willingness to reach out to the socially conservative people to understand that we've got to stop this ridiculous death of babies in this country. But at the same time, I can't commit to erasing Roe v. Wade's decision to allow pro-choice. So it's a centrist position, but it's the best I can do. I really don't want to focus on social issues, except tomorrow we'll do that. And Wasteful Wednesday deals with that. But social issues shouldn't divide us. They should be on the side right now. But I can't in any way align with the Democrats on a couple things. The liberalism towards transgenderism that's been going on, pushing it in schools, I can't allow that. No way. And again, I reiterate, I won't impose gun control at all. That's a firm position that I will never waver from. The Democrats want to propose gun control in a country that 64% of a country does not want gun control. Feel free to go ahead and try. But I won't get behind it, and I shouldn't waste time doing it. But anyway, yeah, there's hope out there for a solution in the middle of the political spectrum. Trump is a divider, just like Obama. And consequently, we're not getting anywhere. We've wasted 3 years with this impeachment trial, and I still believe Trump's guilty. You can believe otherwise, but I'm convinced of it. I've seen enough evidence of his hiding information, his IRS files, no readings, no transcripts of his calls with leaders around the world. That's weird. I would have put all of my calls on recordings. Every call I made to world leaders would have been recorded. Just so we have proof and record of everything. Why wouldn't we? Trump has been the least transparent president in history. When John F. Kennedy was president, we have a lot of information in that short period of time that he was president, not much longer than Trump has been president right now. In fact, probably less. And we have more than enough information on everything he said and did, because John F. Kennedy made a purpose of putting reel-to-reel recorders in the walls of the White House. Now, why Trump had all this stuff disconnected, I don't know, but that's a sign of a guilty person. And the fact that he didn't in any way show any of his IRS returns, which automatically would show us money from Russian oligarchs and would prove to you Republicans that this guy's been on the take for years. So I can't believe that Republicans still defend this guy when he's openly acting like a guilty person every way he attacks the messenger. Whenever someone testifies, oh, they're very bad, they're terrible people, all of them are out to get me. Every single witness that said that Donald Trump did quid pro quo recently, he said, oh, they're very bad people, and he attacked them on Twitter. Every single one. That's a sign of a guilty person, attacking the messenger. Thanks, Aquaponics. Thanks for coming in now, Nero. Appreciate it. Watching our YouTube video. So in order to create a new America, we're going to have to dig a little deeper than just a third party. We're going to have a solid set of ideas, and we've got them. We've got great ideas for the country, because we simply have to fall back on what our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence really is all about. The purpose of government is to give us life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, not to be an obstacle to that. You shouldn't be forced to do jury duty. There shouldn't be a misdemeanor if you don't do jury duty. We should have a pool of jurists who are in the prison system. For anybody who's got a repeat offending crime, for instance, who's got a felony on his record, a jurist could easily be a prisoner. Why not? And what better way to give them some money while they're in prison? Pay them $5 or whatever we pay jurists a day. But to hijack our population and deny us our freedom, forcing us into a misdemeanor if we don't go to do jury duty, that is completely antithetical to the Declaration of Independence and the purpose of government. We have plenty of people in the jury pool in our prison system right now who could try anybody with a previous offense. If somebody doesn't have any offenses, yeah, pull from a group of citizens who have no offenses on their record. Why not? But these are modifications to the plan for America. Now, I would like to present a completely comprehensive plan to cut the cost of state governments, and I'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll be putting together a comprehensive plan to the governors to reduce the cost of state expenditure and then streamline the operations of every state so that we no longer have wasteful departments that are just useless now. I'll talk about that tomorrow. Here's a nice typed list of names of people that flew to Orgy Island. Well, that'll be nice. And I'll bet Joe Biden is not on that list. I'd be willing to bet that Joe Biden is not on that list. I'm not seeing it. Yeah. Was this it? Okay, well, I don't really have that article, sorry. Correct link? This link, Dave? Okay. That's the link. Oh, here it is. Thank you. Wow. Oh, it's a nice typed list, too. Wow, okay. Let's take a look if... Wow, look at those. Ben Affleck? Really? There's no Bill Gates on there, so I'm beginning to wonder if it's even accurate. How come Bill Gates isn't on there? Alec Baldwin? Really? John Cusack? No kidding. Whoa. Okay, thank you for that. Well, we'll get to that tomorrow night, too. Interesting stuff, Techwalla. Thanks, man. That's the celebrity list. Well, Bill Gates isn't a celebrity, really? I know you say felons can't. It's the law. They can't even vote in most states once convicted. One way to bypass this expunge. I still believe it's improper to charge people with a misdemeanor for not fulfilling civic duties. That's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. And why can't prisoners, if they're, the law specifically says they don't even have to be able to vote. They can still act as a jurist. The law simply says you have to be tried by a jury of your peers. They are peers with people with first-degree felonies already in their books. It would totally save so many people of hassles. And what better person than another felon to see if that person is a felon or not? It might even give them an incentive to get the guy, released. You never know. They might be kind. Anyway, the beat goes on. The beat goes on. Yeah, we talked about a lot of things tonight, but no need to go deeper into it now at this point. It looks more like the Jersey shooting could have been faked on many different levels. We haven't seen any blood evidence yet. Tomorrow we'll also talk about saving money. Wasteful Wednesday talks about cutting costs, and we'll talk about making investments in possibly rare earth metals. Many people are looking at rare earth metals. I know Techwalla, you were thinking of buying silver and gold. Well, there's other metals out there, and Trump Tardo was telling us about those last night. Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow night. Personal finances, making investments. Thank you. Okay, so Bubble a Douche says he works in the DOC, see it every day. It's sad to see, but it's the way the world works. Well, we need to change that law. And now with openings, opportunities for prisoners to actually vote in Kentucky, I think we'll be seeing changes in these laws. So don't count this out. It's still a possibility. Charlie Sheen, Courtney Love were there. Yeah, I know about Courtney Love. Quentin Tarantino, Downey Jr. No kidding. Spielberg. Lady Gaga went to Orgy Island. Wow, great list. Thanks, Techwalla. I'll look at that tomorrow as well. Maria Friedrichsen died? Really? Wow, did not know that. Singer Listen to Your Heart dies at age 61. Roxette singer Marie Friedrichsen dies at age 61. Wow. One of the Roxettes. Much loved Swedish singer. She was 61 years old. Sorry to hear her loss. Wow. You mean, yes, you're willing to talk about important metals to invest in? Yeah, aluminum is not one of them. There she is. In the 80s, Roxette became a world-renowned act thanks to hits including Listen to Your Heart. Let's take a look at Listen to Your Heart tonight. I haven't heard this. All right, man. Thank you for watching, everyone. Here she is, Roxette. Listen to Your Heart. After a brief momentary break. Hey, later. She's like the female Billy Idol, yeah. All right, thanks for listening to 9/11's discussion. We didn't talk about 9/11 tonight, but truth discussions do occur on Truth Tuesday. I'll probably play a few 9/11 videos tonight, though, to bring up more truth. But yeah, we're trying to get to the truth of why no one's been charged with any arson in California. Over 300 people dead, maybe even more. But nobody charged with arson. That's weird. Why isn't the government looking into this? Unless, of course, they're behind it. Yeah. All right, we go now to Mr. Wright. Take care, everyone. Good night. Have a good, at least 6 hours of sleep is needed. Take care.
You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right. Too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.